I am so very ready for bed. Oh, but yeah, I think there is something fun in the credits here. It's dumb. It's really small and really dumb. But I think we have to do it. Thank you all for the GGs. But I guess while Fuddle looks for some filler, we can let these credits play out so I can do the dumb thing. And the dumb thing will be when the when it shows the chickens from the chicken dodging game. Just pay attention to that window, because it's the one part of the credits we can actually interact with. And it's very dumb what we can actually do. But shoutouts to Hertman for showing me this. But that's my last run though for really Longathon 8. So do appreciate you guys for putting up with me 3 times now. Some Sword and Fairy, some Pokemon Scarlet, and this game. I've only ever, this category has only ever been run, to my knowledge at least, on the really Longathon channel. One of these windows is gonna have it. Should be coming up soon. Pick up Chinese. Oh Lord. I do need to try it one of these days though. Monopoly! TZA Rando. There is no FF12 on the schedule, is there? Alright, here you go. Somewhere in here you should see it. There it is. There's an invisible link there. You can see the sword swinging and the sword beams. Alright. Well, that's the thing I wanted to show. Yeah, exactly. Angry slashing at the Kukos because they know what they did. They deserve it. Revenge on Gertrude for... Gertrude always deserves revenge. A DDR-10. Huh. Alright, here's our classic. The Master Sword sleeps forever again. Until the next time cutscene. Oh lord. That's a bit much. A few times now. I guess in this timeline, probably twice, yeah. Alright. See how many times I died. Is it 0? Am I a good player? No, I died twice. Damn. Well, I tried to be good. But yeah. Alright. Well, with that, that's it for me. So, thank you again for having me. And that, I will see you all around the marathon. And enjoy, I guess, TZA? Rando? Or whatever's coming on next. I'm going to bed, though. Have a good night.
check my audio real quick. Should not be. Okay, I think Yo, hello. MasterMarz here again. I did Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake, and today I get to show off Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age Randomizer. There's a little gap on the screen there I was trying to fix. Okay, it looks good now. So anyways, welcome in. So, the randomizer has been a work in progress for a long time. It's also a part of Archipelago, so you can play this with Archipelago settings with friends. There are 3 different possible win conditions in the regular randomizer, and different ones for the Archipelago. My win condition will be getting the item called the Writ of Transit from the Sid 2 fight at the top of the Pharos of Idirana. It will require very specific items, namely 1 of the 2 quest swords and 2 of the 3 Magicite quest items, as well as 2 system access keys. And what the system access keys are, they took the original one, they made 2 copies of it, so there's 3 total, and they unlock certain areas of the world. And certain sections of this open world randomizer will be locked behind certain quest items or key items. I'll be playing on 4 times speed. I set my XP value and LP gain to 4 times, which XP will be for levels, LP will be for the license board to unlock what I can use. I have all my settings set up here, and we're good to go. So we can start. I'll do a countdown from 10. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So what happens in the beginning of this game, you'll see we'll spawn in the inn that you start at, or the bar, and Tamaj will give us some starting items. I do have my party members randomized, so we'll get a random party member out of the 6 available. You can see the version of the randomizer here, the hash and the seed number. And all hunts are available right away. There is some information here, and the main goal is just to beat the final boss, but you have to find a path to get there. So I'll get a bunch of random items here to start out with, as well as a bunch of random items from my party member. Looks like I got Balthier this time. Not my favorite character, mostly because he starts with a gun. And it looks like we're going to be starting a little underpowered this seed. Sometimes you can have 30 to 40 plus damage, and sometimes you start with things like this. I also have random license board set. Looks like I got 2 Espers to start, and I got the second best Esper in the game, Exodus, so I can use him to do some shenanigans by getting through things faster. My license randomized to Dark Bishop and Samurai, which isn't too bad. Dark Bishop's a healer, magic-using class, and here's 4 times speed, which I will be playing on for most of the run. So, gotta get used to my controls again. The shops are randomized. You can set however many items you want in them, and you can set it by area or you can set it by individual shop. I have it set to 30 items and only shops per area, so I don't get like too overpowered too fast. There are some birds in the background. It did just turn daytime. I don't have a way to shut them up, so hopefully they stop screeching. Weapons here, nothing I'm seeing very good yet. I will take a Kukatsu though. That will be a better weapon than what I have now, and I'll come back to look at this stuff later. I don't have much money. Alright, sounds good, Fuddle. I probably won't end early. There's a chance I might not even beat this. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. So there's some mini quest as well that I can do, and some things have been actually locked to later sections because I found some game-breaking stuff. But we're going to start out by going to the Ester Sand. I'm very distracted by these birds. They're very loud. Don't know how to... They might not be as loud on the mic because of the filters, but they are very loud for me. Yep, my grandma has 2 cockatiels, and they're pets that just mostly just screech and eat and drink. Sometimes they sing. Hopefully gonna be able to kill a few things. Oh, I forgot. I want to set my gambits. I would like to target the lowest HP. Controller's being a little sensitive. Anytime you see me zoom in like this, it's because my left trigger got bumped. So let's see. So I'm trying to use the Katetsu I just bought. I need to see where it's at. It's been a little while since I played. I need to get to here. That's gonna take a little bit. Because fighting with no damage is very unfortunate. This is actually a very rough start. I have tried doing that before, and it doesn't work too often, Ultima. So sadly, I will have to farm a little bit here just so I can actually have a usable weapon. You know what? I do have another idea. I should be able to do this. Is the first hunt. This is Rogue Tomato. I can't do enough damage to it yet. I'll come back here. I'm gonna move on to this area, which there's a bunch of checks here for randomized potential key items, as well as potentially just something usable. So you see these glowing spots here, they all have items. There's 5 of them in this area. Also, if I open up the map like this, you can't see it right now, there's no regular treasures in this area. But when there's treasures in an area, it'll pop up with a tracker for them in the top corner. See if that was all 5. Not gotten anything usable yet. So we'll continue on. So you can see there it says 1 treasure remaining. So there's 1 treasure in this area I can get. Now I do have the treasure checks turned off for key items because there are roughly 255 per seed. They end up in set locations rather than random locations like the regular game would. I'm also going to go ahead and set a save. Because if I die, I'll have to reload an autosave, and sometimes if you misclick and load a save from a previous file, it can mess up your entire run, because you'll just get all the items from previous characters. Now that's more of a problem with Archipelago, but it's definitely a good practice to have. Not really seeing much here, but I'm gonna buy some biomotes to actually use a weapon, because biomotes will do a lot more damage than my regular attacks. Now, there is another hunt monster over here. I'm going to see if I can kill it with a biomote, or with biomotes called Flowering Cactoid, and hope it doesn't do that. So that's 1,000 needles. Whenever the Flowering Cactoid hits critical health, it uses it 1 time. You either A, have to dodge it, or B, have to kill it before it kills you. Neither of those things happened, so I died. I'm also going to go ahead and set my battle speed to fast, which will make things progress a little faster. I'm gonna try biomoting again. I'm gonna let it now has the sap condition, so its health will slowly drain. I'm gonna let it get a little lower and then use another biomote. There we go. Flowering Cactoid's down. Cactoid will give me a random key item. I got a systems access key, so that actually opens up quite a bit of the map now. And I cannot submit that hunt monster. Now I'm gonna go back to Rogue Tomato. If I would go the right way. Let me... a little far to the right. But I did find the treasure here. We're gonna go beat the Rogue Tomato real quick. As a Rogue Tomato, I can actually submit for the quest, and also, you notice I got a bunch of license points from beating Cactoid. Now I can use that katana I bought. Weapon. I just use Optimize, it'll put on the best gear I have. Alright, so I'm gonna heal quick. We're gonna fight some stuff here. And look at that, one shot the tomato. It does have a second stage, it runs away. You just find it down here. Also, I will be skipping all the cutscenes. They do take up a lot of time if you don't, but some of them, like this, are unskippable. Namely, any hunts that say Vanquished will end up just being an unskippable thing. Alright. So, I usually have a specific route that I follow in the beginning of the game. I take the Ester Sand all the way to the north. I do the 2 hunts here. I check the shop at Nalbina Fortress, as well as get the teleport crystal, which I can zoom back to later, using another teleport crystal and a teleport stone. You can start with whatever amount of teleport stones you want. For speed purposes, I just started with 99, and I can potentially sell them. I'm gonna kill a few enemies here, not too many, but just whatever crosses my path, and get some XP and LP here, mostly the LP, because I want to be able to unlock my board as fast as possible, because that will be most of my power scaling. Levels aren't as important, but the license board is very important. So LP stands for license points, which are used to fill out the license board. for anybody who hasn't seen Final Fantasy XII before. Actually looking for the treasure here. Although it can't have a key item in it, they can just have random useful stuff. I'm looking at the top right where the mini-map is. You'll see a little green dot whenever I'm near the treasure. I still haven't found it though. Either I'm blind and miss it, or I haven't run near it at all. Usually they have set points, and I thought I checked them all. But, yeah, I can't find it. I'm just gonna move on from here and keep going. Let's see. No treasure spawned in this area, so... Okay, we're to the next settlement. There is a shop here, and a teleport crystal. And this can be a potential way to unlock the next area. So once you get the cactus flower and reach a certain point, you can potentially go to the north half of the map, which I commonly refer to as north half access. There are phoenix downs here and eye drops. These are good to pick up early game. Also, the strongest dark magic spell spawned here, so I will probably be back to pick that up later. If I can't afford it now. It doesn't look like I'll be able to afford it. I'll come back to that later. And we're gonna go back to Rabanastri, our starting town. Now from here, there's a couple different ways I can go, but first, I'm going to talk to this Vera here. This is the Wandering Vera side quest. I'm just going to go ahead and start it. I'm going to take the Moogle, or the Moogling, and go to the west. I'm going to go out to the western sand side of things. Now, there is another side quest here, but recently we added a gatekeep to it, so we'll have to defeat Vossler to start this quest. And, there's been different suggestions that we put in to, like, make the game less open and at a time, usually to help with Archipelago, because if you open too much of your map too fast, you're gonna end up with a ton of very difficult checks and no way to actually complete them. So a lot of times, if you're in an archipelago with other people, and you're kind of gate-kept behind your own level, and somebody needs something from you, you're gonna just have to spend a lot of time wasted grinding levels. There's also a rare game here that skeleton walking around is called Fideliant. Actually kind of dangerous for me to take on right now. I do not have the best attack or defense right now. Now what I'm doing, I took out Thextera a little bit ago. That was a giant wolf thing. That is a hunt monster for reward, but there is a couple other harder hunts in this area, but I'm not going to take them on right away. I rather just want to go to this area, check this merchant, to see if there's any good weapons or anything here. There actually is, but I can't use ninja swords yet. Mithril weapons aren't very good this seed. I'm also checking for better armors than what I have. Now, there is something in this game called character scaling and junk scaling. I have this teleport crystal. I'm gonna go back to Rabanastri again. I have junk scaling turned off, which means normally weapons and armor will progress with you based on your area that you're in, but with junk scaling off, I can get like end-game weapons in early game shops, which can just make things go a bit faster, because with certain settings, this game can take upwards of 12 plus hours, especially for newer people who don't know where they're going. I am not new, I'm very experienced with this. So now I'm in Lowtown. I'm gonna be checking another shop, which is Lowtown and the Upper Town have exclusive shops and are considered different areas. Here's an endgame piece of gear, the Zodiac escutcheon. And a white mask that rolled very, very bad stats. This headband's not bad. But, Samurai can't use it because it's light armor. No, nothing I really want there. I'll take a few gold needles. And we're done at that shop. And now there is a hunt in the sewers here. We are going to kill it real quick. And then after this hunt, we'll do a few turn-ins of the hunts I've been killing, including this one. Now this guy likes to use the Doom spell. I'm gonna file note to try and speed this up. Alright, and that is that hunt down. I believe it's called the Wraith. Yeah, the Wraith. Not exactly Dragon Sage. Each weapon, armor piece, they can roll very high stats. Like, a mid-game gear might roll end-game gear stats. But they do fall within, like, a certain range. So you'll never see, like, a beginning piece of gear have, like, 50 plus defense. Instead, you might get somewhere in the 20s range. But, there is a bit of balancing to it. Now, some things will get weirdly high stats. Also going to go inside this place. I just turned in the Wraith quest, got an Ammonia Leaf, which is a hunt turn-in key item. This is the Dusty Letter, which is randomized, and I just see that right. I think it gave me a Grimy Fragment, which is a key item. I can also check my key items here. And I also have loot items, some of which are basically key items. Like, here's the system access key I was talking about. Black Orbs and Pinewood Chops and the Sandalwood Chop, which I'm surprised I have. These are all basically key items, as there's a limited amount of them and they're required to unlock certain things. So, next up, I am done in Lowtown. So I'm going to turn in the Rogue Tomato, the Thextera hunt, and I'm also going to do the Wandering Vera side quest. So the Wandering Vera should be in the Gambit shop here. We talk to her here, and she'll go to the Sand Sea, which is where we'll turn in the Rogue Tomato and Thextera hunt. There's also the shop. I want to double check here. I did buy the Kotetsu, but I wanted to see if there's anything I could equip here. Genji gear is all one cost, which I usually pick up just in case I can use it. And Scathe motes and spell motes. These are very powerful. I'm gonna pick a few of those up. The spell removes buffs from enemies, and Scathe is the most powerful black magic in the game. So, those will be for enemies I have trouble with. Alright, so now I'm in the Sand Sea. The Vera is here. She's looking for her soulmate. Maj, who gave me the Rogue Tomato quest, will give me a reward for it. I can also change my license board here if I want. You just seen I got Renew, arguably the best white magic in the game, but also takes a lot of license points to get. A Ring of the Toad, which is a hunt key item. The Thextera hunt did not give me anything. So now there's two options to continue the Wandering Vera quest, mini quest, side quest. One is there's a Sieg in the Gambit shop here who I'll be using, or there's a Love-Struck Man in the center of Rabinash Street by the fountain, which is in the middle of this spot. I haven't gone there yet. You can talk to either of them, tell the Vera about them, and she'll run to whoever you told her about. So I'll just be running back and forth here to do her quest, and there's a chance there's a key item there as well. So she runs off. And now she'll be back at the Gambit shop, this time with the Sieg, whose name is Lord Bane. The guy at the fountain is just called Lovestruck Man. And I just go in here to get my reward. And I got a longsword. Alright. Now there isn't really much else I can do to grab an ashtray for the time being. So I have a few options here, but my first option, I'm gonna go to the south gate. I'm gonna go to the Giza Plains. First I do want to heal because I was doom statused. So I'll just touch a save crystal and crystals will heal you. And we're headed to Giza Plains. Now there isn't too much to do here, but I can pick up my second character. So there is a shop here I will be checking. That is a good weapon. Ooh, that is a really good weapon for me. For some reason, polearms roll very high stats in the randomizer, and we're still unsure why. This is very good too. I'm gonna pick one of these up. I'm also gonna pick up these because they're basically a cheap dark spell. I don't have too much I can sell for money. Alright, and then we talk to this NPC. This will give us some items, and there is our second character. Looks like we got Vaughn. He started with a dagger with really high damage. We're also going to set him to target lowest HP. And you notice I have a lot of license points, so I'm going to fill out part of my board here. I also got the second license board, which lets me take another job combination, which will power scale my characters very fast. Now, what I'm going to be doing is focusing for battle lore, which will increase my strength, as well as swiftness to be faster on attacking, and health for survivability, while ignoring most other things unless I need to equip specific gear. So he rolled Sorcerer Weapon Master, not a very good combination. Supreme Sorcerer can actually get that Skate spell though, but Weapon Master gives Magic Deprived, which is very bad to have when you want to cast spells. So I am going to work towards Vaughn getting high spell. I'm also going to give him Exodus. Sorry, my headphones popped out and I was distracted. I think my brand is making eggs or something. Just trying to figure out what that noise was. Alright. Now, I want Vaughn. I'm looking for a ability called Channeling, so it'll reduce MP cost, which will be very important if I'm going to get Scathed and use it. I also want to take these. These are called Quickenings. They're like special moves that do a bunch of damage, but also raise the MP bar. And now we're set up to work towards Scathe. And that's pretty much it for Giza Plains, so we're gonna go back to Rabanashery. And that is pretty much all our regular Sphere Zero. There are 2 other hunts you can do in Sphere Zero, but they are a lot stronger. Instead, what I want to do is, now that I have a systems access key, I can either go to the aerodrome here or any stroll point that's available with accessible keys. which are these anchor-like things. And I'm going to use the system access key to go to the sand seas over here. I'm going to specifically go to the Namyensa one. As there is a little side quest to do here, which is the Urutan Eater quest. All we have to do is kill a big turtle. And then do a few cutscenes. Meanwhile, I'll just be killing some things along the way. And just getting LP and XP as we go. So there's your Urutan Eater. I'm actually going to change to highest max HP real quick, so we target it first. Because if you target it first, the Urutans here will also help tank the damage and deal damage to it. But once it dies, they'll attack you. There we go, it's down. Now we just have a few cutscenes to do. There's a treasure here. On chestplate. Although the treasures can't have key items with my current settings, they do have random stuff that I can sell for money or possibly use, because it'll be different gear and potentially abilities. So we talked to Moogle. The Urutan guy ran off. He's just over here. But you have to go up this staircase and it'll trigger a cutscene. And this one is not skippable. I am going to be mashing through the text, so you might not be able to read it. But the Urutan went looking for a treasure. It found said treasure, runs off here. And this one's unskippable as well. And we're about to witness an execution. I'm not joking.
Also, here's an egg for you.
Give me 1 second, we all have to eat.
I had so much. I forgot to put ham on it. Here,
That's fine, don't worry. Alright. My grandma made omelets. I get an omelet. Yay. Omelets are great. And rest in peace, Urutan. And here's our reward. A bronze shield. So sometimes that can have a key item. It has had important key items for me in the past. Turns out today is not one of those days. Alright, so next up, there's not much else in the desert. So we're heading to one of the first main dungeons of the game, the Tomb of Wraithwall. There will be a boss outside of it, and there is a nearby hunt, but it is a flying enemy, and my weapons are not currently capable of really hitting flyers. So, will very likely be using my Scathe motes. So I'm gonna set up real quick. I need this to be Ester Berries. Go flying. So I can easily beat the Garuda with just the berries, but the Wyvern Lord nearby, I will probably have to use Escape Mote and a Bio Mote. Also need to heal. Also gonna do some of my license here. I'm gonna take another board on Vaughn. To go with Sorcerer and Weapon Master, I need a class that gets both Swiftness and has certain equipment. So what I'm looking for is Mystic Armors 1 through 6. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, and 6. As well as both Swiftness. So I'm going to take Shaman Rogue on Vaughn. Should be beneficial to me. As for Balthier, trying to get him to Genji here, but it's probably not going to happen right now. So instead, I'm going to send him down the Mystic Armor path. So I do need somebody able to tank hits at the moment. So now I can use that Carmagnol, however you pronounce it, that I got earlier. I'll optimize gear on both of them. You can see he has a lot more defense now. And I am going to have to use potions to heal for the time being. At current rate, I might have to run back and use the save, just because I'm getting my butt kicked. I'm gonna run back and use the save crystal real quick. Try and play while eating my omelet. Oh wait, never mind. So I have hit a chain link level up, and what the chain is, it'll progress from the lowest level of loot to the highest level of loot. There are 4 levels to it, and once you get to the silver level, it can kind of heal you, but when you hit the gold and platinum levels, it will actually heal you pretty often. So I can possibly just use your root tans here for the high level loot to gain healing. They also drop Phoenix down, so I can revive fairly easily by farming them. Okay, there is max chain level. I called it platinum, but it's more like a bright gold. Oh, health here went down again. Now, I would like... Okay, so I have enough. I'm gonna buy Gambit slots on both of these two. Now I can automatically set it up. So whenever an ally goes down, they'll automatically use a Phoenix down. Hello, Killboy. We are doing some Final Fantasy 12 rando as a filler slot. I am also trying to eat a cheese omelet. Alright, so now if either of them go down, they'll revive each other. And hopefully both won't go down at the same time. I'm gonna avoid killing these because I'm trying to keep my chain level. Okay, now we're actually up to the Garuda. So I'll just heal with what I have. And we should be okay with this. Yep, 12 Zodiac Age has an open world randomizer. It even works with Archipelago. Now Garuda shouldn't be too bad. I'm gonna also use a bio mode on it. Oh, never mind. Garuda's easy. It rolled a very low attack value. So the enemies also have some random stats in this. Turns out the Garuda was really weak. And this is Tomb of Wraithwall. First, I'm gonna heal. I'm gonna go do the Wyvern Lord real quick, so I don't have to revisit this area earlier. So, Archipelago is... best way to describe it, there's a lot of different games that can be randomized, and they all get put into the Archipelago server. And you can play this with any number of games, between any number of people, and you generate a random seed throughout all those games, and then you have the files for each player to either download for their game, for their randomizer, or they'll have a file that generates in the folder that's made that you send to each player for their respective games. And you basically send key items to each, well, just items in general between seeds to each player. It's very fun. Yeah, it can be competitive, or a lot of people just play for fun. Now I'm trying to get... looking for magic lures right now, which will boost the magic damage that Vaughn deals, but I'm not seeing too many of them. I can't get that one. Okay, Vaughn, I want him to use a biomite. The Wyvern Lord is kicking my butt. Go. Didn't die. Oh, ran away. And I died. So, Wyvern Lord, kind of being a nuisance. Yeah, also, I'm gonna be very careful when walking through here. There are invisible traps. That time I only hit one, so it wasn't as bad. It's just gonna try and avoid enemies this time. I have an idea. I'm gonna use Exodus. Exodus should be able to kill this pretty easy. Okay, there we go. Okay, Wyvern Lord down. Just use the cheat move. Exodus, the second best Esper in the game, does a ton of damage. Yeah, anytime I have a problem with the boss, I can just pull out Exodus like this. Speaking of which, the demon walls are coming up. Now, I also have settings turned on that clan bosses will have key items whenever I have the clan hall open. Now, I don't have the clan hall open. It requires the item called the clan primer, which is shuffled into the hole. The later I get it, the better, because then I can shove a bunch of checks into it that I will just be able to redeem later. Exodus is weak to turtles? What? Is that a reference to something? Alright. Also going to use Exodus here against the demon wall.
Fight or run.
The first demon wall is somewhat difficult, so using Exodus here is gonna help me a lot. As you can see, he does massive damage. The second demon wall is a lot easier, and I'm actually gonna dismiss Exodus, because right now Vaughn's the only one gaining XP. And I'd like both my characters to be somewhat similar levels. So Vaughn's just gonna be a little ahead for a while. I don't like to use Espers unless it's absolutely necessary.
Together we can bring it down.
But if you really want to make this game easier, just run the entire game using one character and a very strong Esper. Stupid blind status, this is why you buy eye drops. Now there is a trick to this one where you can use the torches to slow it down. But didn't need them. Sadly, you can't slow the other one down. It's just a very short passage with a strong demon wall. Now, Vaughn got X-zoned, but he'll come back here once I transition. X-zone basically just cast your character into the void for a while, but they come back after you transition any zone or heal from a save crystal. And I'm going to be completing this whole dungeon. The demon wolves will both be turn-ins later, and the boss at the end of this dungeon, Belias, is an Esper and also has potential key items. The dungeon completion also allows me to access Vossler Fight, which will unlock more of the game. And there is also a reward at the end of the dungeon after you beat Belias, just by going into the next room and hitting a thing. I'm just gonna fight my way through here. Vaughn with his low defense might go down a few times. Now, I could just run through here if I want to, but I'd like to keep gaining some more LP. I'm gonna hit the pedestal here. Now, there are two pedestals, one on each side, the east and west wing. You have to hit both of them to progress through here. Now, some of this game will stay roughly within order of the main game, but eventually we'll just be kind of all over the place. It isn't called open world, or it's called open world for a reason. Now, the fastest I beaten a rando in this game was during an archipelago, which was 2.5 hours. There is a way to make a seed last less than half an hour. You have to set the transit, or writ of transit, to be in a random location, and that random location has to be a check near the beginning of the game. And then you just have to have a way to beat the final boss really early on. Which, best case example is probably using Exodus or Zeromus, the best two Espers. And probably a single character. And have an equipment that got randomized to have an experience boost or an LP boost. And speed leveling yourself. Essentially, you'd be running a set seat of sorts. I ran the long way around. This is Belias's room. Don't believe I've gotten any heal spells yet besides Renew. And Dark Bishop does not have access to Renew. Unfortunately. Oh, I'm not even on Dark Bishop. This is Dark Bishop. Oh no, Dark Bishop does have access to Renew. I'm gonna work towards that with Belvier. So that'll be really useful to have. Oh, I can get it. We now have a healer, let's go. And all I need to do for that is ally, I'm gonna say less than 50% for now. It's a very expensive heal, but this is very useful. Having a healer is very important. Instead of Exodus, you use Deuteronomy or Numbers instead. What? I understand the name of Exodus is religious, as are pretty much all the Espers in this game, but I don't know what that reference is. Okay, did not kill Belias fast enough. He's using his special move, Hellfire. All special attacks are basically unskippable cutscenes. So we will be trying to kill bosses without the cutscenes if we can. I did get a couple of key items there. Merchant's Armband opens up a check in a location I actually have access to, but only if I have the clan primer. Oh, books of the Bible, okay. Right, the Book of Exodus. Book of Exodus, Book of... It's really hard to pronounce that, and Book of Numbers. Book of Leviticus. And we check this, we got a Medallion of Might, which is a key item that I'm hoping I don't have to use. But I absolutely hate what's called the Medallion quest in this game. It is a side quest that leads to 3 different bosses and has a very long chain of steps to complete. But we'll wait and see. I'm gonna heal, and we're gonna go do the Vossler fight. And this was added as a check mark for different things, such as the one side quest I showed location of earlier, called the Earth Tyrant side quest. So this will open up at least one check from that, and potentially others, once we get the items for it. I'm gonna try and focus on Vossler first. And there's Vossler down. We did not get any key items, but now that check is complete. Alright. Now we're done here. We're gonna head back to Rabanashtri. I'm gonna go ahead and turn in the Wyvern Lord. I'll just go to the Sand Sea and walk from there. And then I'll go I'm gonna go to the aerodrome and go to another location that the system access key opened up. Actually, first I might teleport to that shop that had Scathe and pick that up first so I have a better offensive option. Might help me out a bit more. Oh. Well, now the entire game just opened up. I did not expect, for the life of me, to ever see something like this happen. So I have all 3 system access keys now. And, we can pretty much check anywhere. With some exceptions, the majority of the game is now open. Still, I'm probably just gonna start with the easiest place and work my way down from there. Or work my way up from there, I should say. Now, I am still gonna use the aerodrome. And we're gonna go to Bajurba, which is the system 1 key spot I mentioned. It can be a problem Lancer, namely for Archipelago, but in this case, I just go from easiest place to most difficult place. Because, like, I'm gonna have to check stuff anyways. So, now I have Bajurba, I'm gonna go to the Ester Sand shop to get Scathe. And we're getting very close to the part where this game starts becoming a speedrun. So, Scathe is here, I need 18,000. Once you get good gear and good weapons, you're just going from check to check, trying to find the end game. There we go, I got enough money for this. We now have the best white and black magic that we can get. We're gonna add in, use Scathe here. We're gonna turn off the faux flying checks. We're gonna go ahead and give Vaughn a piercing magic, so Reflect won't mess with the spell at all. And we're gonna be looking for things that say Magic Lore and Channeling. Trying to make the spell do more damage and cost less. Spellbreaker is also good. War Mage is really good. Headsman is good. Things that recover MP are also very nice. We're also going to look for Swiftness, which will reduce our action time, allowing him to use spells more often. Swiftness 2 is over here on the right. And we're just short from getting Swiftness 2. We're also going to be looking for Magic Lore and Channeling for Balthier, since he's using Renew, which will improve... Well, actually, he doesn't need the Magic Lore, he mostly just needs the Channeling to reduce its cost. We're gonna look for battle lores on him. Alright, but that's it for character setup for now. I'm gonna go to Bajurba. Now, there is only really one check here I can do, but there is a shop, the shop I can check here. So I'm gonna check the shop real quick. And I'm not gonna actually do the check at the moment, I'll come back later for it. It's in the mines, which is a dungeon, and it'll take a little bit to get through there. So it's a slow one. I just want to see what weapons and stuff are here. Now, you see the CT stat? CT is going to be your combat time or speed. I'm not sure what it actually stands for, but the lower the CT, the better, because you'll be able to do more actions. So this Muramasa might actually be better than my current weapon. I am a little broke, but doesn't stop me from window shopping. This is pretty good. There also are high ethers here, which I might pick up. I also have all my equipment randomized, which you can choose not to randomize your equipment if you don't want to. None of these accessories have rolled very well so far. Now, I do have a decent amount of loot I can sell now, since I've been killing things and getting quest items, or completing hunts and getting items. And I'm gonna go ahead and sell the extra berries, I don't need them anymore. And bazaars are also set to random items right now, so anytime I have a bazaar open up from selling stuff, I will pick the items up and usually just sell them. A float I'm gonna pick up, that's very useful. Few high ethers. I could pick up the Yakei. Let's have higher damage. I'll pick up a Yakei. And let's see. Can I get katanas too? I can. Okay, Balthier now has a new weapon. And we can do lots of damage. If we ever struggle with something, we can always pull out Exodus. So we're done shopping here, time to move on. So now, in terms of difficulty, the easiest spots... private airships. Easiest spot was to the west, which I've done. Next easiest is to the south. Hardest is to the north, but also very difficult, the Ridorana Cataract, which we'll have to do later. We're gonna head to the south. We're gonna start at the Osmone Plain. Alright, and we're gonna proceed through this area. Now, we did get one of the hunt completion items from this area earlier. The Armonia leaf is actually from a hunt over this way a little bit. So down in here, you have to defeat all the enemies in this area, with the exception of a rare game that can show up from time to time. These birds are scaring off an enemy called the Enceladus. And kill all the birds, leave and re-enter the area, and Enceladus will show up. This game has a lot of condition-specific enemies. This is one of them. I'm gonna go ahead and use a Dispel mode to make it easier to kill, even though Scathe doesn't care about Protect. Bomb did run out of MP, sadly, so we just whittle it down and it's down. So rando any percent is using the randomizer, and you have access to a ton of stuff. Regular enemy percent would be the normal game not playing a randomizer. I think that's the best way to explain that. because the randomizer is a lot different to the regular game, just because the gear, the progression's all over the place, whereas the main game you'll have a set direction to go in. You'll have specific things that you have to do in the storyline to progress. Meanwhile, the randomizer will skip all that. And the randomizer has its own logic for what opens what. And you can pretty much set your key items to be anywhere in the game. Or almost anywhere. You can't just put them on random monsters, but you can put them in just about everything else, from hunt rewards to treasure chests to trophy rewards, side quests, and so much more. There's ways to make the randomizer take upwards of 12 plus hours if you make it on a max sphere location with all the checks turned on. Or you can make it take as low as a few hours if you do it right. Yeah, so yep, I got Balthier and Vaughn at the moment. So Balthier was my first character. Vaughn replaced where you would normally pick up Pinello. Let's see, anything good here? This is good. Alright, Balthier is a much better tank with no magic resist. I do kind of want this item. Have anything more I can sell? Oh, a couple things I can sell. I also started with 99 teleport stones. You can start with any amount of them, up to 99, which is the item limit. You can always buy more of them later, but unfortunate. Guess I'm selling a high ether I bought earlier. Namely wanted this for Vaughn because Vaughn is really squishy. I also had the license board shuffled, so they are a lot different than the regular game at the moment. I'll give him the Genji helm and save the Hypno Crown for Vaughn. Alright, I'm going to turn in the Calados real quick, since I have the Harmonia Leaf. Oh, no, it's this guy. No, let me talk to the standing guy, please. Oh, I got the Site 3 key, which opens a bit more of the Lusu mines. Still not very important until I get the clan primer, though. Next up, though, we'll go to the Henna mines. And there are 2 hunts and a clan boss that gives a check in the Henna mines. So we'll be taking a chocobo. Something else is you can also put your own soundtracks into this game for a music randomizer. I do not currently have that set up, so you'll just hear the vanilla music. But you can do basically the same thing with, like, as Link to the Past randomizer, where you shuffle in a bunch of different songs from different games, or whatever randomizer you want to play. You can do the same with this, so you can have the music changed. And use the gate switchboard to open up the gate here. And not skip the gate cutscene. Now, I do need to be careful with... Actually, no, I don't. I have high ethers. So, one of the hunts in here is called the Mind Flayer, and your characters need to have 90% or more of their MP for him to spawn. It's not in this area, but is in an upcoming area. This is the other hunt in here. This is the Ixtab. Ixtab is now dead, so I can turn that one in when I get back to Jahara. Something else, there are enemies that can spawn when you hit these switchboards. They're called jellies. I have trophies turned on, so at some point I will also be doing trophies, monsters to get checks. I will have to come back into this place to get one of those later. It's in the second switch area. Now let's see. Vaughn might not have enough MP, so I'm going to use a high ether on him. And then I'm going to do flee until I make sure that the Mind Flayer has spawned. He spawns down here, and he did spawn. Got blinded. Vaughn's gonna be doing most of my damage at the moment. Hopefully we don't go down here. This guy can be kind of difficult. And we got him. Alright, that's Mind Flayer down. Oh, hey, Hab. It was last second decision. I'm literally taking up a filler slot, and I started, started and filled the slot, immediately after the last person ended. I should have gave an @ in the randomizer Discord. It's like, oh, hey, I'm featuring the game on here. Do you want to give an @ to everybody in the randomizer Discord? Yeah, this was literally a last-second thing. So, guys, welcome in Habkine. He also runs the randomizer. We have done our Archipelago together before, too. And, if you have any questions, Hab, if you wouldn't mind answering them, that would be great. He's very experienced with the randomizer. If he doesn't want to answer questions, though, I'll still answer them. So I have a very interesting start this time. Oh, you can do commentary? Oh, that might actually be good. I'll have to quickly set it up, but yeah, we could do a Discord commentary. So, Mind Flayer and Ixtab are done. Now, this is the boss in here. This is Tiamat. And, the story that would normally lead you up here, you'd have to go to the E-Root village, but because this is randomizer, this is just automatically open, and it'll still play the cutscene that'll take you to the E-Root village, which is where the Vera race lives. And you'll get a reward here, which is normally where you would get the item called Lens Tier, but in this it is randomized, and I got a black orb and a battle bamboo. And then, nothing else I can really do in the village here. There is a side quest later that you can get, the Chocobo Roundup, or not Chocobo, Cockatrice Roundup, and they scatter to the winds, but it's actually still not in the randomizer, and the rewards for it are still vanilla. There's a shop here I'm gonna check. Oh, and I just found one of the best weapons in the game. So, as I said earlier, the pole arms look to roll really weird. No, I just have a couple channelings, and the Scathe is still very, very expensive. But I do have Exodus if I want to cheese bosses with Exodus. I actually have triple system access key hab. So the Wyvern Lord Hunt gave me 2 access keys for some reason. And I kind of have the entire game open. And the starting weapon was really bad. And the base, it was a really rough start that turned into a weird nightmare. Like, look at this attack. So, yeah. I kind of have the whole game open, and I'm just going to be going from easiest area to hardest area. So I'm going to go back to Johara and turn in the hunts I did. I'm also going to try and set up the audio for Discord real quick. Should only take a second. And I'm gonna go ahead and join the Discord in really longathon. So it'll be the live section whenever you're wanting to come in, Hab. So that should be set up and available, and then we'll just have to adjust volume. So yeah, this has been a really weird start to the randomizer. Having everything open relatively early. One system... Oh, wrong person. One system access key leading into the other 2. Starting with some really weird weapon choices, including Scathe, which was in the Dalmasca Esther Stand shop, of all places, which is very early. This is the other one, the Mind Flayer. Ooh, well, we got Lensed here. Okay, so makes things a little easier to access inside. Ooh, I did get Crescent Stone at some point, which unlocks 2 more characters. And I am going to go do that now because I'd like to have at the very least, a 3rd character to use, and it is very easy to do. So we're now going to the very beginning of the game with the sequence that you normally do very close to the beginning of the game. It is the palace sequence. Yep, we got the Hey Buckethead. Let's take a guess. How many Hey Bucketheads do you think we will get? 0 through 3 is roughly the number. I think it's possible to get 4, but I've never seen it happen, and it'd be astronomically high. So just a number between 0 and 4. How many Hey Bucketheads will we get? I went the wrong direction. So, back this way. So to do the Crescent Stone sequence, we go through this side of the waterway. Also, the randomizer has added... I'm not sure if it's the randomizer that added it or the game in general. You might not, but I think it randomizes from what I can tell on the randomizer, because I've gotten, like, some of them I've had, like, 3 Hey Bucketheads, and other times I've gotten just 1. I don't know if it cycles, or if it picks a certain point and then cycles, but I have gotten up to 3 Hey Bucketheads before. So, the game has checkpoint crystals, so if you ever want to stop with the sequence, you can go back to that entrance point. Oh hey, the rare game Razorfin spawn, that's cool. Don't get to see that thing often. Alright, and here we'll go into the palace. I would love to see three Hey Bucketheads. It's one of my favorite voice lines in this game. Alright. So, blue ones are still just normal heal save crystals. And once we get through the main first part of this, you'll see a green one on the next sequence area. Yeah, there is 4 shouts if done optimally. Okay, so here's the first one. We go to this, then we talk to the sea. Okay, first one.
Hello.
We did not get a hey bucket head, we got a hello. Usually what I do is I run into the wall there and just run around. Alright, next up we want to pull this guard down this way.
Hey, Buckethead.
We got 1 hay bucket head. Then we pull these guards
Over
to this
here.
area. We got an over here. And then our... Oh. Did not pull
Hey,
them.
Buckethead.
Okay. Unoptimally, we have 2 hay bucket heads. And then this is our last pull here.
Over here.
So we're just gonna say that was 2 hay bucket heads because I did mess up. That should have been 1 less pull than it was. So that's... The over here doesn't count. That was a hello, 2 bucket heads. And was that an over here? So... 2 hay bucket heads and 1 of the other 2. And now we go here. And we're not going to count the last over here. Alright, now we have our click. Click. Examine this wall, and this will give us the Goddess Magicite check. And it's junk. It ended a little bit early, Melodia. And they were an hour ahead of schedule, so the filler slot got extended to 4.5 hours from its original 3. So that's why I was able to fill in. Alright, now we get our 2 characters, which are Fran and Bosch. I'm not going to use Bosch, he adds to cutscenes, and this is a checkpoint crystal. I can either leave now or I can continue, and I'm going to go ahead and continue. Fran rolled Ninja, which is cool. Don't really have a proper weapon for her, but the short bow's fine. Take his gear off, and we're gonna go ahead. Also in, Spirit of the Randomizer, I am not going to re-roll anybody's license boards. I am going to take what the game gives me and use it to my best ability. Oh, it was filler before A Link Between Worlds. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, nope. A Link Between Worlds was done, and then this. Now, I do have 4 times XP and 4 times LP to make sure I try and keep as close to the time as possible. Yeah, Red Mage Ninja is a really strong combination. Meanwhile, look at Vaughn was a sorcerer weapon master. This is a hard one to work with, but because I got scathed so early, I made it work. Mostly because magic deprived is really, really evil. Yeah, I hate magic deprived with a passion. I forgot to get my swiftness. And Balthier will fish up with Samurai, and I also got Renew right off the bat from a... I think that one was from a hunt turn-in. Let's see here. I need a good combination with this. So I need something with light armor and swiftness. Ooh, Lore Master Hunter is a good combination. So Lore Master gets, like, pretty much all the left side lores, which is really nice. And Hunter gets both swiftnesses. The randomizer also combines a bunch of the battle lores and the swiftness together to make them one pile, as well as the magics for convenience, and just massively raises the license point cost compared to the original game. Ooh, I have Darka. I don't even know when I picked that up. Okay, we're now gonna set Fran's Gambits. I'm actually going to have her use Darka. And then regular attacks. And we're good to go. Yeah, I could always board reset, but as I said, in spirit of the randomizer, I'm gonna stick with the boards. But I actually like what I've been given. What I'll probably do is then I'm gonna take Fran and I'm gonna go with the BLT, or it's the Black Belt class, and give her a Kanya. Because I did find that shop that has a Kanya. Now, I also don't have the treasure chest randomized to have key items tab, because treasure chest add 255 checks and like an extra 3 hours to the game just by running around collecting all of them. And I have my win condition to be the Writ of Transit on Sid 2. So that's about a 20-minute to 30-minute climb up the Pharaohs, depending on how things go with it. There's a lot of different ways to play this randomizer. I've actually made a format called Treasure Hunt, where it's just the treasures and side quests randomized. It's somewhat fun to play. You don't have to do as much fighting, you just still have to do some. Also, guest characters in this game. You can accept guests into your party. They will stay there permanently unless you go to Tamaj to have them removed or replace them with a different guest. So now we have Amalia with us. I can keep her with me as long as I want. I am going to have her set. Sure. Attack. And you cannot really mess with the guest equipment. Whatever it is randomized to, it'll stay randomized. But you can check what their stats are by hitting status. Amalia will start with whatever equipment Ash will start with. It is apparently really, really bad equipment, with the exception of the bangle, which will regen. So, I will be replacing her as a guest eventually, probably with Bossler. Bossler I do have access to now that I have Bosch. So, in Bujerba, to access the ship there, you either need the, I believe it's the Goddess Magicite or Bosch in your party. It allows you to access a sequence there, which Vossler is given to you as a guest when you first enter. The place is called the Leviathan. And Vossler's very useful because he has the abilities Expose and Wither. Expose lowers the defense of enemies, and Wither lowers the strength, which is very good for boss fights. When a boss does 0 damage to you with physical attacks, it makes it a lot easier to kill. And when you lower its defense, so you hit it a lot easier and harder, again, makes it a lot easier to kill. So, I will likely pick him up after I am done with this full sequence. Now, this sequence, with Crescent Stone, it gets you up to the Barheim passageway, and then you need the key item, the Tube Fuse, to continue from there. You have some clan boss checks that you get from this, as well as a bunch of regular key item checks you get from this. And whatever treasure chest you want along the way. So, once we're through this area, we'll get to the Tube Fuse section. We'll get the Tube Fuse check, but I don't believe we have the Tube Fuse, so we'll be unable to continue from here, and we'll have to use a checkpoint crystal to get out. I do not want Bosch to replace Amalia, so you can say no to the guest. So to do the Tube Fuse check, you have to press this switch. Balthier says the fuse is blown. Also, cutscenes that involve characters will still have those characters in them, even if you don't have them, and then you talk to Burrow, he'll give you the Tube Fuse check. I'm gonna double check. I have the Dawn Shard, but I do not have the Tube Fuse. Now, you can see here, 1 of 2 Magicite needed to finish the Pharaohs, so this is one of my required key items. I will need another Magicite and one of the required swords. I also have the Site 11 key, so I have full access to the Lusu mines now, which is interesting. But I still have not found my clan primer, which is most of the hunts in the Lusu mines. So that'll definitely be something for us to keep an eye out for. Okay, thank you, Hab, for that. Yeah, Bartz24 is the person who has been creating and modifying the randomizers for this game, and for apparently 13 now, which I should look into. And also did all the Archipelago stuff by himself. Very, very impressive work from him. It is a lot of work. I cannot imagine making a randomizer myself. I wouldn't even know where to start. Alright, now that we did a Crescent Stone, I think what I'm gonna do is go to Bujerba, and although I do not have the Brig key, I want to at least pick Vossler up to make my next sections easier. There is a check I can do there, the Brig key check, but I'm gonna hold off. Now, next up, I think, now that I have the Dawn Shard, I have more south access available. I can access the dungeon called the Still Shrine of Miriam. So, the Dawn Shard was randomized. Let's see what it got. Oh, that is very good for Vaughn. Now I have half-cost magics, meaning, yeah, that Scathe I've been using. Very, very good now, and I'm gonna make him the party leader. Alright. So here we can go into the Leviathan, go through cutscene here I can skip, and we'll have Vossler join us. He didn't roll the best stats, but I don't get him for stats. I get him for Wither and Expose. And we're gonna immediately throw him onto those. And we're going to keep Expose as the front runner for the defense reduction. And we're going to lead from here. Alright, and we're going to continue with our south progress. I think what I'm going to do first, since I have Lens Tier now, I'm going to go to your E-Root Village and I'm going to head south. There is a hunt enemy called the Vorpal Bunny, which we have the Rabbit's Tail to not only turn in, but also the Vorpal Bunny itself will give a drop. And I won't be turning it in right away, but I will at least have it on the table for stuff I can turn in. Because the area to the south of it is called the Feywild, which is just Feywood. And the Feywood has some very dangerous enemies, as well as the Wild Marlborough, which is another turn-in for the E-Root Village area, and I usually turn in both the rabbit. Oh, speaking of which, there's the rabbit. Or bunny. I usually turn in both of them at the same time to save time. And there's the bunny down. Gave us the Stone of the Condemner. Oh boy, I was just on my way to Still Shrine anyways. That opens up a secret boss in the Still Shrine called Zeromus. The best Esper for the character to have in a somewhat difficult fight, and of course I had a Petrify Trap coming into here. We need a Gold Beetle. Alright, everybody's cured of Petrification. And this also, by going this way, it's going to bypass a very annoying boss in the Goldmoor jungle that inflicts a lot of status effects. We'll probably fight it later, but I don't feel like fighting it right now. We're going to head north first to the town, and then we're going to head south to the Silk Shrine. Also gonna check the shop and look for gear while we're here. I would very much like to get some better defensive equipment. We have made it to Mount Bur Amasace. Shop here. There's a Dragon Whisker, that's a decent weapon. I will pick one of these up for Fran. Better than her short bow. Golden Skullcap's not bad. Some ethers I can pick up and some remedies. Not much here, sadly. Alright, that'll be it for that shop. I'm gonna pick up the teleport crystal, and now we're gonna head south. So on the way, we'll also be fighting a hunt monster called the Feral Retriever. It's relatively easy for where it's at in the game. Blink and you will miss it when I go to fight it. So I have been saving up my license points again. Soon enough I will do... We got silenced. I don't have any Echo Herbs. There is a save crystal here, though. Alright, coming up on that Feral Hydra. Or Feral Retriever. I don't know why I keep saying Hydra. Feral Retriever. And it's gone. Also, once again, dealing with the petrify status. I'm just gonna use a save crystal, get rid of it. And now we're gonna head south. Also, Vaughn got blind status, which doesn't really matter when using spells. Now, if I remember correctly, if I go to do Zeromus, magic spells, I believe, aren't able to be used, which could be an issue considering Scathe is my main damage dealer. So I might not do Zeromus right away and just save Zeromus for later. But I will clear the rest of the Still Shrine. Something else in the randomizer, I'll show you real quick. So there's a couple of enemies that don't normally spawn here. You see that guy over there? Those two, Reaper Claw. Yeah, these guys normally don't spawn until after you clear the Still Shrine ones. But because it's a randomizer, they're spawned in already. If you come here too early in a randomizer and you're not very strong, they can kill you fairly easily. But I have Scathe, so I'm practically one-shotting everything. Which is making this go very fast. And basically, I'm just on a giant scavenger hunt. Is it if you only have the stone? It might be. But there's really no point in coming in here if you don't have the Dawn Shard. Like, the only time you... Or is it... Oh, do you mean the Stone of the Condemner? No, it might be. If it is Stone of the Condemner specific, then okay, that makes sense. It's really funny that I ended up getting the Stone of the Condemner before coming here. We're literally on the way when I was late to coming here. Otherwise, I could have tested that to see. Also, this is not a checkpoint crystal, this is Crystal Bug. I will take a free heal. Oh, really? It's to kill Bergen. That's interesting. Okay. So, I guess in the randomizer, that setting is turned on for the spawn, but it's technically off for the progression. Because Bergen will open a specific... I believe it's the Mossfren Highways passage. Yeah, Judge Geese opens up the Sand Seas. Judge Bergen in the randomizer opens up the Mossfren Highwaste. But you'll almost never have to do them for your progression because randomizer doesn't like to rule those conditions for some reason. So the randomizer really makes the settings in the game weird. So a lot of flags are turned on, and then Bartz basically adds his own flags to turn things back off again, in a sense. I turned this the wrong way. Yeah, if I open the world map, you can see Bahamut's flashing. Hey Hab, are you able to join the Discord yet? I did turn it wrong. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Okay, now it's correct. Okay, this one needs to go counterclockwise one time, face the middle. At least I did that statue correct. And now we're going to face the probably the worst boss in the game. Like, not because it's difficult, but because it's so poorly designed that none of us in the randomizer community consider this a real boss at all. This is Venuskar. He's the guy, he's the regular mob that has a health bar and a terrible mechanic. And that's Venuskar. It is such a joke of a boss, but it still counts as a clan boss check. Its gimmick is really, really bad, and he's very, very weak. Alright, let's see here. We want to go counterclockwise. Alright, and that'll unlock the center. Yeah, even playing normally, yeah, I'm sure the regular speedrun Venuskar is nothing. Yeah, they added a whole entire mechanic for the boss. It just doesn't really do anything. Alright, so now the path's open down below. We'll have to teleport back there. As I said, these enemies are kind of dangerous. As you can see, my party just kind of got wiped. Not gonna use the Stone of Condemner right now. Stromus will likely kick my butt. However, we will be fighting the normal boss of this place, the Esper Mateus, who is down this pathway. It's very likely it was something like that. It's weird though that they didn't even fix it in the Zodiac age. It still just doesn't work properly. Vaughn got put to sleep. Wake up. Ooh. Well, we now have our second Magicite. We are one item from Go mode, technically. How long have I been playing for? We now have the Goddess Magicite. I also haven't gone to any of the cartography Moogles to get any hints yet, but usually the hints in this game are kind of bad. Okay, a slimy trophy, Anne's letter, not very useful. Now we have to walk out of here. Here's a dumb idea. Why don't you go through every piece of gear in the game, then go into Venuskar with all the gear and test what every item's number is? I don't know how it affects the stats though. I just think that'd be a funny idea. That, or you could always just data mine the numbers. I'm sure somebody probably already has. One of these enemies has a vanish effect on its weapon. Because Vaughn just got vanished. I also have the weapons that have random elements and random status effects. So that's why something like that can happen. It also includes all enemy. I just got X-zoned. Oh god, no, get away from me. I hate enemies that can just randomly X-zone. Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Can I leave? Might. Turn off, damn it, it's just let me... That was a lot of Phoenix sounds. So, Fran might have been healing them with Dark Gas, so let's go ahead and turn that back. Alright, so Still Shrine is mostly done now. We're gonna go to Mount Burr to turn in the Feral Retriever real quick. And I'm gonna try and remember which shop had the Kanya. Was that the Urut Village shop? Wasn't this one? Feral Retriever, turn in. Oh, we got Brig Key. Well, I know where I'm going next. I don't need to get the Kanya just yet. We're going back to Bajirba. We're getting our 5th character. I just realized Tab is in the setup section of the Discord. Do I need to change from the live channel to the setup Discord, or does somebody need to bring him into the live channel for me? Can a mod check on that by any chance? Alright. This is another early game area. Everything here is very weak. Something else is, if you do not pick up your second character, which would normally be Pinello, there is another trigger in here at the end of the ship, where it would normally have Pinello rejoin your party, and it will add the character if you have not picked up the character yet, which I have found out, which is really interesting. So, by doing the full sequence in here, not only do you get your character from the Brig Key, but you will also end up with your other character if you skip them early on. I, however, did not skip said character. There are also a few different key item checks in here and a shop. So this is the first one. This will have, normally have your Brig Key.
Take down the leaders and the others will follow.
All you have to do is kill the 2 judges in this fight. And that was that. And this is the only place where there is a mandatory congratulations screen. I cannot skip this, and it will automatically play. So congratulations. And then we get what would normally be the Brig Key check. We now have the third Magicite. We have all three different Magicites. There's a key item check here. This is normally where you'd get the one system access key. There's also a checkpoint crystal if you don't want to pick the character up. We got an ability. The shop is in this room. So we will see what the shop has to sell. It is a unique shop on its own. And for some reason we have the visual glitch where the items start going off the left side of the screen. I don't know what causes this, and I don't think I have a way to fix it. Because even if I expand my screen, it doesn't go away. I don't know what causes this. This is a really good weapon. That is a very good piece of armor. Do I have stuff I can sell? I would like to buy stuff from here without having to come back, because this is a very long walk. Let's see, get rid of this. That's no good. I'm gonna keep that one. Crown didn't roll the best. Okay, we're gonna buy a Mesa for Fran. I would love to buy 3 circlets, but I can't even afford one right now. And now I can afford exactly one. Oh, we'll pick up a circlet. Okay, let's see. We have Fran, Black Belt, Astrologer. So we'll swap to the Kanya when we get one. This also gives Fran access to all the Mystic armors, which is nice. Also go ahead and do any battle lures we find. We're just gonna spend all our LP. I will mostly be going for specific things like battle lures and things that reduce key cost, different abilities and spells, and pretty much only beneficial things to the characters. And we're gonna put a circlet on Fran for the time being, because she needs defense. And we're good to go, and we're gonna get our fifth character here, as well as whatever items are on them. This is normally where you pick up Ash. And it rolled as Pinello. I could leave this way, but there is another item check on the way out, so I'm just gonna take the full way out and complete this full sequence. And now, because we've done the brig key check, there is another pathway open here, which is slightly faster than walking the way we came. Now we can go through the sub-control room, which, if you have treasure chests on, this place can have treasure chests. So it says one remaining, and this one right here. Free flame shield. Hey Hab, did you guys figure out what's up with voice chat? Or do I need to join the setup room? Still don't have commentary. And up here is normally where you'd get the Nethicite check and have Pinello join you. And it turned out to just be a little bit of money. Then you have the Judge Geese fight, which is a joke at this point. Literally one-shot him. And that's Leviathan done. Alright, now we can move on. Gonna do a key item check real quick. Don't have too much new stuff, so I'm probably gonna start with my north half access. Oh yeah, I wanted to buy a Kanya. I misclicked, but I will take my hints and see what they say. Here's the Kanya. Somehow picked up 4 platinum daggers. Here is a very solid weapon. We'll take some serums. Disease is very annoying to get hit by. And now we will... Yeah, now we'll head north. Give me one sec. Join the setup room to see what's going on. Hey, Ab, you there? Okay, I was wondering what was going on, if you weren't able to join the live channel or something. Okay, no problem. Are you good to do commentary? Okay, let me make sure, I need to make sure I have this set up properly. Try talking real quick. No, that's not working. I have an audio capture. Let me. I'm just trying to. Yeah, the seed is going very well. We do have time. We're gonna troubleshoot the audio here real quick and get some commentary in here. Sprite capture. I was trying to use an application audio capture. I don't have a default for Discord here anymore. I believe the original download comes with the Discord already pre-programmed, but I removed it for previous RRLATs because I haven't had commentary. I think I might have a way to get it in. There's a mod here that could help. That would be nice. Okay, good. We're on an ad break anyways. Oh, here we go. Add existing Discord commentary audio. Yeah, I love it's working. Okay, try talking. I'll see if it's going through. No, doesn't seem to be working. Try talking again. Nope, still not working. Okay. Let's do this a different way. Okay, I'm gonna do desktop. I'm just gonna try and use my desktop audio. Try talking now.
And let's hope that works better. I mean, I wouldn't see why that wouldn't work.
Yep. So I believe it's going through now, and it's basically just gonna be the same volume as the game. Hey Flutter, yeah, we were trying to get some commentary set up, but the Discord commentary capture wasn't working right for some reason. So I decided to use a desktop audio instead.
Sorry for that.
So it should be working now. So I was going to do some commentary for this. So I teleported here, I'm going to be going to the north.
Two minor things maybe. One, we probably should be moved out of setup where anyone can join, and two, it'd be nice after the move happens if you stream to Discord so I can watch it without delay.
Yeah, any chance you could get us moved to live, Flutter? Because they were unable to join when I was in there. Oh, there we go. Okay,
hello.
Now I can try the Discord audio capture. Okay, let's add... Is it working on stream for you? My grandma's coughing. Try talking real quick, guys. No, Discord commentary audio still not working for some reason. I can always go back to the desktop audio capture if I have to. Alright, one last check. Just say a word, Hab, and I'll see if it's working. Oh, okay. Yeah, back to desktop audio. We'll just use that. It should be fine. Alright, yeah, I don't know why it's not working. It's okay, Flutter. I think we're fine with this, as long as Hab can be heard okay.
It'll be fine. And yeah, as I said, the Discord stream, please, so I don't have to watch with delay. And then it'll be perfect.
What's up, Hab?
Discord stream, please, so I can
Oh,
watch without delay.
screen share? Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that would work. One sec.
That'd be very nice. Thank you. So yeah, hi people, I'm Hop. I'd be referring to myself as an FF12 connoisseur. I'm probably the person with the most hours into the randomizer. Because I love this game, I love the randomizer, I love Bart's work. Shout out to him once again. And yeah, been watching a fairly good seed today. I'm sorry if I sound a bit unwell. I woke up today with a cold, but that's not gonna stop me right now. I'm cozy, I got some tea. And I hope my voice won't be too annoying for you all.
I think you sound fine.
That's good to hear. I'd say an interesting seed so far for sure.
This has definitely been a jet seed. Right now, I am literally one item from go mode. I am looking for a sword, either the Sword of Kings or the Treaty Blade, which will unlock my win condition.
Which is still funny to me that these two are still fairly rare to see, especially considering that the Sword of Kings is an item that potentially unlocks a third of the world with the right other things, but you very rarely see actually seeds where it expects you to do that these days. Then again, Bart's also seems to be on a hiatus right now for programming on the rando. He hasn't been audible in a while, so we just hope for the best. And just having fun right now with what we have.
Yeah, I want to say this is probably the finalized alpha build of the game. As for some reason in Archipelago, it still hasn't been moved out of the alpha state.
I mean, currently in the AP version, it also has a lot of bugs. The magic not being manually usable, the sometimes scrambling up of items, that you pick up an item in position A and it sends out a check for it in position B. It's been a lot of things reported lately, so it makes sense that it's still considered alpha.
I want to say, if we get a lot of the bugs fixed, it could definitely be moved up to a beta status.
Oh, absolutely. To be fair, the last version already was, I feel like, beta quality, but then, you know, one patch to ruin it all, as we all know.
Yeah, a lot of bugs came in with the last patch, although a lot of quality of life updates came in with the last patch.
Yep. But that's the thing with programming in general. You fix something and suddenly somewhere else a problem shows up.
Yeah, that's just a programming issue. Any program can have that. One thing gets changed and
I mean, as I said earlier, we're already very, very happy for what he's done. I mean, he's done two separate versions of the randomizer. The one we're playing right now, the open world randomizer, and then there's a second version that I like to call the everything but story randomizer, where you play through the story in its vanilla version, but the downside of that being that, or the upside of that being, the twist of that being, that you can randomize everything else. Enemies' behavior, enemy stats, enemy abilities, You can make it extremely frustrating or extremely funny.
Yeah, if I wanted to take like 10 plus hours, I could have set my settings to be max sphere check, which will literally put my win con at the end of the game. It can be very nightmarish if you do something like that.
Generally, I've seen questions earlier if it's casual friendly. To be fair, that's the greatest glory of it. There are a billion different settings for you to choose in both of the randomizers, so you can either make it extremely easy or extremely frustrating, whatever you prefer. So yes, the randomizers are very, very casual friendly as well. As I said, right now the Archipelago version is still in alpha, still has a few problems, but definitely has been fun to test around with as well so far. Can't wait for that to finally be moved up to beta though, and be fixed around again, so I can, actually play it more often with other groups, because they always say, no, we're still in alpha, we don't want alpha games. Which, to be fair, is understandable. But yeah, in general, as I said, the randomizer are great fun, great choice.
Now, something else, besides this being an alpha, it is a very stable game. I've been finding a large portion of the glitches or skips in this game, and I want to say it has been very hard to sequence break anything. And every time I did, it would get patched.
I've made sure of that myself. For a while ago, I've actually, officially asked Bards if I could be, tester for him and fix a lot of things. There were a lot of fun interactions with a lot of items before. For example, in the earlier stages, you could just abuse trial mode to win the game. Because in trial mode on floor 10, where you fight Belias, you can steal the Goddess Magicite and the Sword of Kings from him. And then a couple floors later on the toys, you can steal the Dawn Shard, and then suddenly you had win condition, because those items, once transferred to your world, would actually be counting as the key items. So you could just get your win condition instantly by playing something that isn't even real part of the game. That's side content.
Also,
that isn't.
If anybody's wondering why I'm attacking my own people right now, this is the enemy Death Scythe. He only shows up when you have enough members at low health.
It's actually, you only need one member at low health. It needs to be at less than 10% health.
Oh really? Because he wouldn't spawn even though Balthier was critical health.
No, the thing is, critical is less than 25% health. And as I said, he only spawns when the character has less than 10%.
10%. Okay, so I might have had to get Balthier a little lower.
Yeah, that's usually what the guests are great for, since their weapons aren't that strong, so you can usually, with a couple of potions and a couple of normal attacks, put a guest for themselves into crit.
Oh, we got there eventually. And there's also a hidden merchant over here, the Baknami merchant. See what he has. That is a very very powerful Sima.
A little bit on the slow side, but the damage more than makes up for it. Mage hat definitely nice.
Yeah, that is an upgrade for my hat for a couple people. Would have liked to have bought 3 circlets, but I did not have the money at the time.
Money is often a big problem with this, to be fair. So we do have modifiers for license points. For license points and experience points. We do not have a modifier for money. The only thing you could do is, if you specifically want for money and you are feeling fine with the license points, there are some accessories that have an effect to turn license points you earn into gil, which is a good way to make money.
Yeah, so if you max out license points at the beginning of the game and get one of those accessories early, you can earn a lot of money that way.
I mean, not with that. Sometimes you just, also thinking like, even without the multipliers, I often enough, when I'm like halfway through the seed, I already have everything I want to. The only thing that's probably open are a couple of the most expensive accessories, licenses that I don't really have a use for. So at that point, I'm usually just racking up and ending every seed on like 20,000, 30,000 license points.
Another good way to earn
without multiplier.
another good way to earn gil is if you don't have treasure chests to key items, or even if you do, you can get a lot of random equipment from the treasure chest, which can end up giving you a lot of money if you get a good drop from one of them.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've been meaning to try around with non-randomized or minimal randomized chests for a while. But as I said earlier also, I feel like the main issue with that is it would remove a lot of the possible checks from Sphere 0, and therefore making it more, raising the chance that you have to face off against a big four without character scaling.
From what I noticed, you like to run a lot of the max randomizer, right, Hab, where you have everything in the pool?
Yep.
Yeah, so to save some time in order to fill a 4.5 hour slot, I have turned off treasure chest, and have just gotten very lucky with some of the items.
I mean, for 2 system access keys while a single fight is definitely
yeah,
very
that one was very odd.
rare. But it also helps a lot, obviously.
I mean, I could have gotten an even faster seed if I did a random location for the Rita Transit. I've had it spawn in the Ester Sand village area right at the beginning, which is basically accessible right at the beginning of the game.
I've definitely had seats
oh no.
before. I've definitely had seats before where I just got Tomas introducing me, hey, welcome to the randomizer, here's your go mode.
Yeah, so things like that can happen. I'm gonna have to reload my autosave because I ran out of Phoenix Downs fighting this guy. Did not expect that to happen, but I also don't have that many of them to begin with.
I mean, Goliath is notorious for this, starting to spam powerful magic and then going into a Berserk-like state where he attacks very fast. Putting Vossler on Wither would definitely help.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Which is also why I said Vossler is a very early game character. His stats usually aren't that great, but especially for Rando, he is invaluable because with the addition in Zodiac 8 that you can control guests, you have some guests that have certain abilities that are incredibly powerful, and Vossler takes the cake with that one, having Wither and Expose being skills. Wither being a skill that reduces the enemy's attack power by 10%, and Expose being a skill that reduces the enemy's defense by 10%. Now, these skills also have been in the original PS2 version. However, back then, like 99% of all bosses were immune to them. Funnily enough, in the Zodiac age, they decided to remove that restriction from 100% of those 99% that had it. So now everything is can be affected by it, and everything can just be lowered to only deal 50 damage and take like double the normal damage that you deal to them, because no defense, no attack. And also having both of these skills and being fairly easy to access makes him incredibly valuable, especially in comparison to the other guests.
What I might actually do is use Exodus to fight him.
Yeah, Exodus. Yeah, that would also do it.
Yeah, just to save on Phoenix Downs and not risk dying again, I'm probably gonna pull Exodus out here in a second.
So yeah, the other guests usually aren't as valuable as Vossler. It comes down to it. As we've seen earlier, the guest Ash came with Cure Spell, which can be kind of good if he rolls a decent magic stats, etc., etc. She can be coming very in clutch if you have literally no other ways of healing. Larsa is a better option for that, because Larsa comes with Cura and also knows Bubble, which can come very, very helpful in between.
Dang it, Vaughn went down. Exodus was not using Kiraja, and I tried to get him to use it, but he decided to do so too late.
It is a fail.
I also have to deal with these annoying Vaknami that don't like to leave you alone, and the random Oversouls that keep popping up. Which, if I kill too many of them, a rare game will also pop up and cause me issues.
That is the point with Hellweek. The Oversoul spawn, after everyone that spawns, the amount of enemies needed for the next one to spawn is lowered as well. So with the amount of enemies you're killing for one to show up, you're very, very close to him spawning. wouldn't even be surprised if you now kill Goliath and then he pops up to finish off your party.
I might die here. Yeah, we're out of... Okay, I have an idea.
Exodus in general, you should be able to position him on the other side of the pole in the middle in order to get him to be able to target Goliath while Goliath...
not good.
Well, Goliath isn't able to hit you.
Idea.
Quick, get healing. That's another...
Pretty much. I'm gonna use one of my backup party members to renew Vaughn really
that's
quick.
always one of the good things with the backups. You can just slot them in quickly and teach them a couple spells if you're in a pinch. If you have backup characters, that is.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you play with character scale logic for this one?
I do not have character scaling on, actually.
Then it is very surprising for me that you already have 5.
Yeah, it's very, very odd. This has been a very strange seed.
I mean, I am a master of strange seeds. I think the last time I was on really longathon playing a rando seed, I just found my go mode items all in chests, and basically all in chests that were very early accessible.
So what I am doing, I am running to this save crystal, which is actually a crystal bug. Throwing Bosch in the party quick. I'm going to try and kill this thing so I can just full heal my party members. And I'll probably actually just teleport out of here and go fight Goliath later. Unfortunately, Bosch went down. Hopefully I can kill this with Vaughn. Not sure if Scathe will be enough because it is healing. Might need to make Pinello able to heal too. This is not going well.
Yeah, defense is currently not looking too great for the area you're in.
Yeah, I haven't been getting the best defensive equipment.
Especially magic to defense, which is the more important thing here against the enemies you've been fighting right now.
Okay, I did get the renew off in time. And Pinello went down, but we did kill the crystal bug. So, managed to save it.
It was fine. I never doubted it for a second.
Party's back alive. We're gonna teleport out of here. I don't remember where Phoenix Downs were. I know they're in one of the early shops. Which is nice, because sometimes you can roll a seed where you don't get Phoenix Downs until a very late shop.
Phoenix Downs and randomizers? What are Phoenix Downs and randomizers?
Not this shop. It had actually been Rabbit Ashbury. Now, if I also had the spell Raise or the spell Arise, I could use them to revive my characters, but I have not gotten either of those spells yet. I don't remember what all was in this shop. There might be something useful. I also have junk scaling turned off. Right, spell notes are here.
Interesting.
No Phoenix Downs. That's
Once
okay.
again, absolutely useless. It's always funny with the strongest gears sometimes being the most useless.
It's on Fran, I guess. It wasn't this shop. Well, it's either the Ester Sand shop or the Wester Sand shop, then. don't write this stuff down because it's usually easy enough to just go and revisit shops. There's also a spoiler log. I could always... Alright, if we ever get close to time, I can look at the spoiler log and see where I need to go. Actually not sure how far we are into the run right now. Okay, 2 hours and 25 minutes. We still got 2 hours.
Yep. I mean, I feel like that should be enough. I mean, you've said you got it from, you got 2 system access from Viral, so I assume we've already done a good bit of north side. We've done south side basically completely at this point.
Yeah,
Except
with
maybe for
the
2
exception of Zeromus and the Feywood, south side's complete. And then for north section, I got to the Salica Wood, and I've almost completely finished... Oh, I forgot I wasn't going to sell that. Oops. I have not been paying attention to most of my accessories. Oh, there's a magic resist item. Oh, this is pretty good.
Another issue with the randomizer also is sometimes you have gear that have both stats, you sometimes have gear that have one stat. It's kind of sometimes finicky to find a balance that you're not ending up with like 150 defense but 0 magic defense. That's always something to keep an eye, especially since auto-equip is always very finicky, as auto-equip will always prefer the vanilla stats, so it always goes for a helmet with high magic resistance and an armor with high defense. So sometimes, even though you have, sometimes if you have it scrambled up, if you have a hat with a very high defense, auto-equip will now want to remove that hat with, let's say, 80 defense against a hat with 5 magic resistance, because it thinks the 5 magic resistance, since it's a magic resistance item, is better. So keeping track of that also is always something. Luckily, the equipping stuff
Give me
in...
1 second. I'm going to add... Okay. Should be back.
Yeah, without having to deal with the optimize things.
Oh, they have to actually edit it on the screen themselves? Oh, it looks like they do. Can a
It's
mod
fine.
add Hab as a Habkind name as a commentator?
It's fine. I don't need the credit. I'm just here to have a good time, to be fair. Alright, let's see how the Goliath refight goes.
Yep. And we're back, fighting this big guy. I now have plenty of Phoenix Downs and should be okay. I'm actually gonna turn it off on because I need him to do damage. Oh, I forgot to have Fran use Phoenix Downs as well, which might help.
By the way, you don't specifically need ally status like KO for Phoenix Downs to work. You can just use ally.
Yeah, I could. I just like setting it to the ally status KO. I mean, is there any reason for ally status KO than just using ally any? Like, I don't see any reason why they had to separate that one as a gambit. Alright, Goliath is down.
In general, I feel like they've made Ally Annie a bit too strong in every single field except for HP healing.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Ally Annie works with anything. It always basically, it doesn't just check if you have the action ready or the item ready, it also checks if the action or item would have an effect. So if you, for example, would say Ally Annie eye drops, it would only see that it has an effect if a character actually is blinded, and then use it on the blinded character. And also another great thing, at least about the randomizer, is that you come with all gambits already unlocked, so you don't have to listen to it. That's one of the big issues actually with the other version of the randomizer, because all of the gambits are still in the item pool, and back then in that one, the shop sizes are the vanilla shop sizes. So 90% of shops that you're gonna visit are literally filled with nothing but gambits.
Oh yeah, that is something else. The regular game, you have to buy all of your gambits, so it actually makes sense that some of them are overpowered that you should get later. Or some of them are more useful than others that you could potentially get later in a run.
Yep.
I love how Vaughn has the blonde status, but he's my mage user, so it doesn't do anything.
Imagine if you'd play a Final Fantasy game where blind actually affects the casters. I'd only know a single one where that's actually the case.
That'd be crazy.
I mean, I know a single Final Fantasy game where that is the case, where the blind status also affects magic casters.
Also, the enemy I just defeated was Roblon. It is yet another hunt monster for more items.
Also, yeah, for context, that game would be Final Fantasy 14, where it makes sense that the blind status be a bit more powerful, since it's an MMO and stuff. Not taking a route here, that's good. Fun fact about the zone that he was just in, to the right of him, if he were to traverse to the zone south, his game would crash. It's the only consistent game crash, which is stupid, and it only happens if you move from that one zone north to that one zone south. If you move from that one zone south to the one zone north, it always works, but other way around, it will always crash.
I didn't actually realize that. I just happened to pick the other path because there was less enemies.
It's fine. So also we just talked to the NPC here to start one of the bigger side quests of the game that has a lot of items attached to it.
Also, my most hated side quest. I don't like it at all. It's what I call the medallion quest.
That is its official name as well, and to be fair, it's not that bad. The only part that annoys me still, which I still have asked parts of we might be able to do something, is when we're doing the sewer part of it, where we have to open and close the sluice gates in certain order.
And the randomizer, that's not really required unless there's a required item on that check.
Yeah, but to be fair, that's like my one thing that I've been asking him for a while, if it's at all possible to maybe remove the cutscenes of the gates opening and closing or speeding them up artificially somehow.
Oh, that would be very nice. If you could move the sluice gates without it taking so long. The problem with the sluice gate is less about the speed and more about there's only 2 checks locked behind the sluice gate key. There is the Grimy Fragment check, and there is the Kuchu Lane boss.
It's actually closer to 5, because there's also a few, actually more than 5 even, because there's all over the sewers there are treasure chests that can only be accessed if certain parts are flooded / not
so
flooded.
if you have treasure chests turned on, there's a lot more. But if you're playing without treasure chests for speed like I am, then it's only 2 checks, unfortunately.
By the way, at this point, are you sure you're only using Scathe spam with some channelings? Because I've been watching Vaughn's MP and they're literally not going down.
Oh. I have the Dawn Shard on now, which is half magic.
You're still having 0 MP consumption, so
Really?
it could be that, yeah.
What the?
It could just be that Scathe got randomized to be using a very, very small amount of MP in
Try
general,
something quick.
and that you... What's the Scathe cost? What's the cost for a Scathe?
It should be 70. How do I check it?
The normal menu, the normal battle menus when you are about to cast it.
Oh. 49.
Okay, something funky is going on here then.
Am I
Because
gaining it back from the damage I'm dealing, and it's just not going
I
down?
was about to say there are passive effects that you can get on your gear and on your license boards that make you gain a MP when you deal magic damage
Yeah, I have
and when you
that.
kill enemies.
Yeah, I have both of those at the moment, actually. Maybe it's going too fast for it to register? That it's spending MP?
I'm actually
Now I
not
have it half
sure.
cost, so it's literally 24. And it probably gains it right back.
It could be. Still funny to
let me
see you go,
try-
because you know, escape spamming like
Yeah,
that
see,
is
my
still
MP is going down when I use blind. Now, what if I use it on...
on your party, then you're probably gonna die.
Probably, but that's the point. I want to see... It does cost MP, look. It killed Vaughn. So it's that I'm
Interesting.
gaining it back faster than it can go down.
That is very, very interesting.
Okay, so that is an interesting interaction there. It looks like I'm not losing it, but it's just spending it and gaining it back instantly. And since it's so cheap, I mean, I just do damage with it, and I gain the MP back. Now, I do have
To be
trophies
fair,
turned on.
with your setup, I would even half start to check out for reflect gear. Then again, I think you have reflect pierce on him
I have
already.
I have piercing magic from Sorcerer Supreme because he added piercing magic to Sorcerer Supreme, which is really
I mean,
nice.
to be fair, I'm always very careful when I go for piercing magic on license, because the thing with the licenses is you can't remove them anymore. So there might be fights where it's more beneficial to not have it, because you maybe want to do a cheese or something, or you could just do way more damage with this by reflecting a spell off of yourself. And if you have the piercing on an equipment piece, then at least you can just take it on and off whenever you need. The license, once it's activated, it's fixed. You can't get rid of it anymore. So I'm personally always very, very careful when I have the piercing license.
It's a Ninshin belt. Get it already? Oh, here it is. Accessory 5 is Ninshin belt. That for both of these two. Unequip sap. Yes, I really, really want my character to have sap game.
I mean, to be fair, it's still better than a vanilla silence on it.
That's true. Sap is at least manageable.
And the great thing is that the manufactured nephicide has always the property of halves all element damage. That is something it has in vanilla, and it can't be randomized, because usually how the randomization of equipment stats works is usually if an equipment has a slot, then it will get randomized. So if one equipment piece would have, let's say, wind resistance, then it would suddenly randomize that to a different element. Or if an equipment piece has a buff, then it would randomize into a different buff or debuff. It's not completely random in that fact that it's only specific gear that can get specific
Here's
things.
another enemy that has condition. This is the Lacenon. And it is the starting hunt trophy monster, and you basically have to stand up on that cliff until it spawns. And the game actually explains this to you with the hunt club, that certain enemies will have certain conditions to spawn.
I think it's 10 seconds precisely. Do you have
Do not have the shield trophy, I don't believe.
Alright. So maybe to also explain a little bit more, so there are 3 items in general that I personally like to refer to as the big 3, as those are the 3 items that individually have unlocked the most things. One of them is actually been nerfed recently, but it's still pretty darn big. The first one would be the system access key, which we already have 3 of, and that was the nerf. Usually it used to be once you have the system access key, you basically have the entire world open, can fly anywhere you want, but we kind of nerfed it a little bit by turning it into 3 separate keys, basically making it a progression thing. Now, when you have one key, you can only move to certain areas. When you get the second key, you can move to a few more. But still, individually, it still unlocks a lot. The second one being the clan primer, which I don't think we have so far.
I have not gotten the clan primer yet, sadly, and it opens an insane number of checks.
It absolutely does. It opens the clan hall with Mont Blanc, which will allow you to accept the second half of the hunts in the game. So there is about half of the hunts of the game that we can't access right now, because we don't have it, as well as he gives you reward for certain feats. When you defeat a certain boss, when you kill a certain amount of hunts to gain clan rank, etc, etc. There's a lot of things going into it, and there's just a shit ton of checks. And then yeah, the third one is the shell trophy that I was just mentioned, which is the thing that actually unlocks the hunt quest. So we just killed the turtle. The turtle is where vanilla you'd get the shell trophy from. You then bring the shell trophy back to the hunt master in the Pawn Coast, and that unlocks 32 rare games to basically unlock. They literally can't spawn before you do this step.
And in addition to that, the hunt club owner, once you have the sandalwood chop, also has a bunch of hunt turn-ins there.
Yeah. So yeah, as I said, the 32 mobs will unlock, and each of them then will have a chance to drop up to 3 different items, so that alone is huge. And then yeah, for every 5 you kill, you get a reward from the hunt club owners in Arcades, which also require the sandalwood chop, as Marz just said. But to be fair, we talked earlier about playing with the goal in the max sphere, which basically just means the deepest it can be in the game. And to be fair, there's 2 high candidates for it. That's usually either all chops in Arcades, all 28. It is Shadow Seer reward in the Pharaohs of Terra, since that has a lot of item requirements, or it can also like to be the Hunt Club owner for killing all 32 hunts. Or 32 rare games. Oh hey, we have the Soen key. It's been a while we have Soen key.
Yep, I have had this item for a while.
Actually, do you also have the Acorn key?
Don't believe I do, so Hellworm is not on the table at the moment.
Not showing one of my favorite bosses. To be fair,
Your
Hellworm
favorite boss is the cheese, and just use Bacchus wines on.
To be fair, that is one of the reasons why he's my favorite boss, because he just shows how easy a boss can be with a little bit of preparation.
Yeah, the only problem with that is if the Hellworm has a high attack rate or high speed of using its moves, and the Bacchus wine drops on it, you could end up with like 10 different special attacks in a row. And no way to stop the chain of cutscenes.
Yep.
I've had that happen before, and it's very awkward.
That's why I usually keep it on a guess, to keep the gambit on a guess, and make sure that Vossler, after the Withers, I'm not even exposing after Withers, I'm just turning him off so that he immediately throws it. So, for those that don't know,
I usually do that, and I also include a regular character to have it as a status.
So, for those who don't know, there is a super boss in this cave called the Hellworm. He's the little brother of the actual super boss, Yasmat. Has the same design, just with a different color sprite, has 10 million health, has a lot of very annoying attacks that can cause petrification, stop, etc, etc, and he generally hits like a truck. However, he has one huge weakness, that is, he is not immune to Berserk. Berserk being a status effect that makes your character, I think it was 20% stronger, 15% faster, but therefore removes the ability for them to think, so they literally only use a normal attack and can't do anything else. And since he's not immune to that, you can just do that to basically bypass everything he does, and then if you have a character to spam Wither a few times, he'll just do like 50 to 100 damage per hit, so literally nothing, and then you can just kill them down. Very, very easily.
If we happen to get Age-Worn Key and Bacchus Wines, I will definitely show it off, just to get the check if we have time, and I'm not in go mode.
No, to be
But,
fair, it's not the most insane thing I've seen. I've seen a while ago a video of someone who beat Hellworm in only needing 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Which, just once again reminding you, I said that he had 10 million HP. And to be fair, they use times 4 speed up.
You could
so
also
technically
talk. Oh. You could
that
also talk
technically-
about the glitch for years, Matt.
Oh yeah, to be fair, that character glitch is a fun one as well. Though I'd definitely say that's more, if you want to learn more about that, check out Zero Scar's Platinum % runs or his Order from Bro 0% runs. He can explain better what exactly happens there. In short term, we're basically confusing the system of how the battle works with the so-called effect capacity to prevent the boss from doing anything. So he's just literally just standing there menacingly, but doing nothing for the entire fight as we whittle him down.
Sadly, I don't know how to do the glitch.
It isn't that hard, but it's kind of hard to do consistently. The only things you really need are a Esper, a way to petrify one of your characters, and any item that has a lengthy animation. The best choice for that, to make it the easiest, would be the Holy Mode.
Some
but
very
technically
nice
it works.
Genji armor.
Ooh, neat. Very nice indeed. Technically you could also do it with a potion, but obviously with potion having a fairly short animation, it takes a bit more, and the rest is just, you know, a little bit of practice and timing, as you need to do certain inputs while the petrification timer is nearly done.
Oh, that reminds me, guess what I have coming up here in a second?
Bit?
You know where I'm at. You know what I have.
Yes.
I have Pinewood Chops turned on.
How much money do you have?
Not enough.
Yeah, that is the normal answer. So I hope you all like memory mini games, because Marz is gonna have to do one in a bit.
Yeah,
And
I'm just gonna have to keep running back and forth between people to get
I don't
rewards.
think you know them quite as
I
well
know
out
them
of your
very
head.
well, actually.
Okay, good. That's good, at least.
Maybe not as well as you, but I know them fairly well.
Alright, so fun fact. Welcome to Arcades. People in here are lazy and absolutely crapheads that like to flaunt around with their wealth. So we're just playing basically a memory booty game. We're
Oh,
going
great.
to
I got confused. It's my first one. That is not promising. That is not a useful spell.
The lootiness does mean because there are 3 people with the exact same sprite down there. So yeah, the drop minigame is fairly simple. For the story, you're required to do 3 of them. 3 of them to kill, 3 of them to get through. In vanilla, it was 6 or 8, I think, so they already nerfed it here. And for all 28, you just get an extra item. However, all 28 are checks, so we now have to do all 28 pairs. In order to check. However, we gave it in the randomizer a little bit of quality of life. In vanilla, you are also able to buy these chops for 20,000 apiece, but it's very tedious. You can only buy 1 at a time. But we streamlined a little bit and added the option in the randomizer to instead buy them for 5,000 apiece for all the money you have. So you can, in theory, just show up to the shop with roughly 150,000 gil and just buy all 28 of them. Also, good question. Yeah, yes, there is a boss with 50 million HP in there. In the speedrun setting, as we just said, there is basically a bug to completely immobilize him, so he literally does nothing. Sadly, that removes one of our characters' ability to attack him, so we're also only dealing like 66% of the damage we can, but we don't have to deal with status effects, healing, etc., etc. In a speedrun setting, he's only done 100% speedruns. In a speedrun setting, he usually takes about 20 minutes, I think, in the Zodiac Age.
Oh, hey, I got Serpent Wine Musk from that one. That opens up another check.
Neat. Though, to be fair, keep in mind we're playing this on a ×4 speed multiplier, so technically you could multiply that by 4 to 20 minutes to have the actual time. So about 1.5 hours if you're playing without speed up. And that is the optimal case. I definitely remember in my youth years, I've had days where I've been whacking at him for 4 hours and only did like 20% of his health casually.
Yeah, hopefully we will not have to do Yasmat in this run, or we're gonna have to end her without beating the game. So,
that would make a good time for me to try and teach you that character glitch. Technically, it's not that hard. As I said, it's mainly about the timing of the petrify counter that is infected by it. Probably don't want it to be too low before going in. I remember the days when the aerodromes weren't nerfed, and this was always the very first thing I did in every single seat. Good times.
I mean, it is a good way to get a bunch of checks.
Yep. Usually a good bit of early game money, maybe a few gear pieces already. And considering that it was open so early, it was not rare that I had my first 2 items to get out of Sphere Zero in here as well. By the way, it's getting a little bit more personal right now, but by the way, Marz, have you seen the ping I sent you in the AP Discord a couple days ago?
No, I didn't.
No rush. I was just asking if you, Velo, and anyone else concerned have time on the weekend to be up for a race.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'd have time at some point. I mean, I've been pretty free lately.
That's good to hear. I mean, I have even more time now, funnily enough. So
I was actually wondering if we could have showcased this with an archipelago, where you'd have 2 streams up side by side.
It would be fun, but also, on the other hand, I'd say it's not stable enough right now for a marathon. As I said, with there is minor bugs like as I said, the magic things, but also we've had some major things. Like we've seen the switch ups, as I said earlier, that we pick up an item in area A and then suddenly you see on the tracker that somewhere on the other end of the world a chest got released from picking that item up. That's the main issue that we need fixing right now to actually, make it viable for anything again.
Yeah. That's the problem with games in alpha.
Yep. But we're enjoying them anyways. So by the way, on that note also, I just want to say, if you're liking what you're seeing, if you're liking this randomizer, it is up on Nexus mods under Final Fantasy 12 Open World Randomizer. However, Bards has been on a war with Nexus mods for a while, always complaining that it's a bit too hard, so it's very irregularly updated. However, we do have a randomizer channel in the Final Fantasy 12 Discord that has a link to his current releases, as well as a Final Fantasy 12 channel in the Archipelago Discord, where it also is the exact same link to exact same things. So if you want to try this out for yourself, maybe on on a little less extreme settings, maybe to cut down game time as well to get into it, feel free to check this out. I can just say, once again, the randomizer is a ton of fun with a lot of compatibility things.
So I don't know if anybody noticed the one line a little bit ago, but a guy literally made a $1 million or a million gil mistake. So yeah, we are doing dumb little walkbacks and forth for absolutely filthy rich people.
That one is especially is a fun one. So that was a researcher who blew an experiment, and his colleague sent us to him to basically cheer him up and being like, "Oh hey, it's fine. Mistakes happen, and a million gil is not a huge loss for
Oh,
us."
hey, you know those Bacchus wines we were talking about?
Bubble modes as well. Bubble modes huge.
Yeah, bubble notes are nice if I can't find the bubble spell. Very good for boss fights to double your HP.
Especially if you're using espers
Also,
like
I believe I have the
Femizai,
lab
Exodus.
access card.
Neat.
So we
you
can
have-
do Sid
Do you
1.
have a chop stone? Do you have the free chop stone?
I have a sandalwood chop.
Oh, that's fair. So yeah, it's basically his coworker tells us, yeah, it's gonna be fine, it's all cool, and when we go to the guy, give him the message, and he completely misunderstands us, being like, thinking we're there to threaten him to like, hey, you fucked up, you gotta pay that million in damages, and after we tell him this message, he's like, oh my god, I'm so screwed, here, take this incredible valuable item that shows your status in the city from me. For your help.
These rich people are kind of funny. Something else here is these two, the poor wife and husband, are actually a reference to an old, I don't know if it was a fairy tale or just a tale in general. It's trying to remember exactly what it's called, but essentially a wife has a precious belonging, or no, a wife sells her or cuts her hair or something, whereas the husband buys a home or something for the wife, only to find out she sold her hair to buy him a gift, and whatever he got rid of was whatever the gift the wife got him. It's kind of a reference to that. Not exactly the same.
I have not heard that tale yet, but yeah, the story for those two is basically the woman, their anniversary in the game. The anniversary comes up. The woman found some jewelry in the back of her closet that she didn't even remember owning, and that she didn't like one bit. So she sold that to buy her husband a gift. And meanwhile, the husband just told us before, yeah, I bought great jewelry and hid it in the back of the closet. And we go to the wife and tell her basically, that was your husband's anniversary present to you. And she completely panics. The stories in here generally are interesting as in some parts. Like there is.
Oh hey, I got an actual pinewood chop from that one.
There is a woman that's looking for a tutor for her child, and the tutor is literally standing right next to her, and we're telling him that they need services. There's a look-alike, a master of disguises, who just, disguises as someone else, trying to steal his identity, and then we go to that person that he stole the identity from and being like, hey, I just seen you up there. There's a lot of interesting stories in here if you're actually reading through them, but yeah, we don't care about that anymore.
Alright, that should be all 28 that I just finished. Oh, I think I missed. Oh, wait, no, I missed Would Be Judge. Oh, come here. Come here.
I mean, if you're unsure, you can
I
always
can always
just
try to buy them.
go to the shop and buy the rest if you miss any.
Oh, hey, we got raised
Oh,
now.
raised.
I'm gonna throw that on Valthier right away.
Yep. Also a
Just
Bone
change
Crusher.
this.
Also the ability Bone Crusher, which I still insanely hate. Which actually
Yeah,
reminds
it doesn't
main
work
reason-
on most things.
The main reason I hate it is just because there is a weapon that's called the Bone Breaker, and in Randomizer it has potential to be incredibly broken. And every single time I find the ability Bone Crusher in a second, I'm like, oh my god, that's the weapon. Wait, no, that's the ability.
Dang, I do not have anybody with Enchanter. So I will not be able to use Bravery this run.
There's worse things.
We're gonna go do Sid 1. Because why not? I don't get to do them too often. We're 3 hours into the run now.
I mean, at least he now has some purpose at this point. Since he now does have a boss drop. For the longest time he didn't. So the only time you really want to do Sid 1 is if you need access to the north part of the map. And you only had the airship to Arcades and that's it.
Or I could just pick this up and come back later.
Also an option.
Oh, I forgot to turn in...
Giant Lord?
Overlord.
Overlord, that's his name.
I forgot to turn on Overlord. Oh well. We'll probably go back to Arcades eventually if we don't find our go mode. Now we're just gonna head east. And then... heading to the port of Valfenheim.
I'd kill Lindworm real quick if you haven't already.
Is it... it's not cloudy.
Yeah, but the transition zone to Cherubi is a good place
Yep,
to
yep,
just
that's
walk back and
why
forth
I'm...
to make
a good reason to head east here.
Also, do you know the Lindworm trees with Aspers?
Is it another one where you just hide behind a rock and let them fire at it?
Yes.
There's a lot of those style enemies. Oh, hey, quality first try, let's go.
Especially the big dragons, usually. They seem to be the weakest against that.
Yeah, you can do it with, Lindworm. I believe you can do it with the one in the, the Wester Sand. I keep forgetting its name.
Ringworm.
Ringworm?
Yeah, generally with the big dragons. You can also do it with Fafnir.
Yep,
The only thing is that the only thing is with Fafnir, I usually don't do it because Fafnir is different from the other dragons. All other dragons like Lindworm and Ringworm have the ability Fireball, which is a ranged attack they can do that isn't counted as a magic spell. Meanwhile, Fafnir and Paramina only has the spells Shock and Silence God. So with Fireball, they could still kill you if you're using Reflex threats. Meanwhile, Fafnir and Paramina cannot, so I usually just like to do Reflex threats for him instead of Esper's threats. There's a lot of cheese going on with some of these fights that you can do that makes it a lot easier to kill things earlier.
Oh, I just realized something. Yeah, that makes immunity to float. Fran has not been attacking at all. Well, then again, I've been relying on Scathe for the majority of my damage. But it might help to have the person that has the Tanya actually attacking.
Yeah, that sounds like an idea. I wouldn't want to put a 109 attack power weapon to waste. So another fun thing about the randomizer, by the way, the equipment stats are supposed to be completely random, with, you know, some weapons being stronger than others. However, there is a certain pattern to it in reality, and that pattern is looking like guns are usually the most trash. There is very, very, very rare that you actually find a decent gun.
And it's usually only the Mithuna.
Which, by the way, if I talk decent gun, I mean 40 plus, because guns ignore damage, so a 40 plus gun already is insane. And in reality, it's 99% of the time, it's always the poles that have highest attack power in the seats.
Yeah,
which,
usually...
to be fair, isn't a bad thing, because the poles are great universal weapons. Because poles are one of only 2 weapon types that aren't ranged weapons that allow you to hit flying enemies.
The other being spheres. And
Yes.
usually the scaling goes, the polearms will have the highest attack, ninja swords will usually have the second highest rolls, But sometimes samurai swords will also be there. So samurai swords and ninja swords usually tied for second. And
Yeah.
I've usually noticed spears end up in the third place. Sometimes swords, sometimes great swords, sometimes spears. They usually shuffle around.
Yeah. Though, to be fair, I'm still missing the days of the other rando where I just, start a seed on a 110
Not
attack
after
powered
skill.
gun that has AoE attacks and no attack time. I miss those days when I just, get out of Rabanastre into the desert and then just have basically a machine gun shotgun that deals like 20,000 damage a shot immediately out of the bat. It was very rare that you've seen guns this strong, but it's always been great.
Now, just a heads up, anybody wanting to play this randomizer, there is noticeably a lot of walking. I mean, this is what you get with an open world game. All the Legend of Zelda games, similar issue, where you're just have a lot of movement everywhere. The only way to speed things up in this is setting it to 2 times or 4 times speed, as I have 4 times on.
Depending on from where to where you go, there's also chocobos to speed up a little more.
That is true. You can always purchase a chocobo. They also have a speed boost. Oh, hey, the Mithuna. 43 Mithuna, that's pretty good, actually.
It's not terrible. It's nothing extraordinary, but it's definitely up there.
More serums.
Holy modes, buy like 2 or 3 of
They're
them.
decent. I'm not gonna buy any. Who needs holy when you have scathe?
I mean, as I said, the item itself can be used for a couple shenanigans with due to its long
I'll buy
animation time.
3.
So it never hurts to have some. Even just, if you're in the final bosses, due to the long animation time, you can delay Vayne using his cinematic attacks, potentially killing him before he casts one of them. Which is a strat that's actually used in the speedrun. In the any percent run.
I do not have Vera Rucksack for the turn-in. So I am going to do the race over here.
Oh boy, race time.
Thankfully, you do not have to do this more than once. In the main game, you can do the foot race up to, I believe, 100 times for rewards.
Yeah.
The randomizer just has you do it once.
It is 100 levels of difficulty. Obviously, the further in you get, the stronger the AI gets. And the reward for clearing level 100 is an elixir. That's literally the best thing that comes out of it. So it is absolutely just a thing for bragging rights of saying, yeah, I've done it.
Imagine 100 times doing this. I think I did it when I was younger, but...
It's not even 100 times. I think I've attempted it once, and around the 30s, 40s, I constantly would reckon like 4 to 5 losses before I get a win.
Yeah, it sucks.
The AI gets incredibly strong, even if you can stick to the optimal path. Sometimes it's just luck-based.
Alright, now that I made it here, I'm gonna go do some hunt turn-ins. We have been killing a lot of stuff along our path. We're gonna go to Nalvina. There's a bunch I have to turn in here. So, Atmos, Death Scythe, Roblon, and Goliath are all turned in here.
I was about to say, we can also get Jovi, but no we can't because no
I do
Carrot.
not have Carrot because I do not have Clan Primer.
Yep.
Which I normally save these for, but the dang Primer hasn't showed up yet.
I mean, Nabudis I generally like to throw a little deeper into the seed. For obvious reasons. There being a lot of things that might be unlocked, might not be unlocked. Having the medals or not. I like to,
yeah, I still might have to go back there either for trophy monsters or for other bosses there. I would really don't want to do
I
Chaos.
usually try to always only visit areas when either I have absolutely no other choice or when I can do everything. Oh, that's an Esper.
I wonder who it was. I did get Shimhaze earlier. I got Ceromus, Adremalak, Jamhazi was earlier. Bamfrit. Well, Zeromus is the best Esper in the game. Would you
Yes,
like to
due
explain why?
Gladly. So Espers generally are, to be fair, they kind of suck. However, in the Zodiac Age versions, they made them less sucky by giving them a boost. The boost is only in their HP. Their HP pools have been increased by, I think it was 5 times. So then I'll just have 5 times the amount of HP, which especially for free Espers is insane, because there's 3 Espers that deal damage based on their HP. The first of those and the weakest one would be Shemazai. Shemazai's special attack is always dealing damage of a random number between 1 and its max HP. And then its finisher attack will always deal a fifth of the total damage dealt with that special attack. It is literally the exact same effects as the item Knot of Rust and the item Dark Matter, just in Esper form. Can be useful, can be nice, especially for early game. It can be very powerful thanks to that 5 times HP boost. The second strongest with these is Exodus. Exodus works basically the same, with its normal attack always dealing a random amount of damage between 1 and its max HP. Can always be a bit varying how good he is with that, with his finishing attack always dealing a fixed 30,000 damage to everything in the area. And Zeromus being the strongest one, because what Zeromus does, Zeromus is basically the exact same effect as the spell Balance. The damage calculation is very simple. You take your max HP, let's say he has 1,000 max HP, reduce that number by its current HP. Let's see, he's on 1 HP, so reduce the 1,000 by 1, so he now has a value of 999. His normal damage, his normal attack will always take that value times 2 and deal it in damage. And the special attack will take this value by 5 and deal that damage. So the thing, however, is Zeromus doesn't just have 1,000 HP. Zeromus, even on level 1, already has 10,000 HP. So if you're able to lower that to like 2,000-3,000, he immediately deals like 7 to... he'd be at 7, so he'd be dealing like 14 to 16,000 damage in a single attack.
And here's the kicker.
On level 1.
So if you get a character up a high level and get Zeromus to that level, based on character level, then give him bubble status, it'll double his HP.
Double his max HP,
and essentially double his damage output. And it can do some bonkers damage.
A high level Zeromus with Bubble is able to deal upwards of 250,000 damage. There is a well-known cheese using Zeromus for the final stage of the trial mode for Trial Floor 100, since with this setup he'll be able to do 250,000-ish damage to each of the 5 judges, killing like 2 of them instantly, heavily damaging the others, and you just throw a mega elixir on the character that summoned him, or a normal elixir, to refill his special bar, his mist bar, to summon him again, do it again, and the entire floor is dead. Makes the final floor incredibly trivial, and to be fair, it is usually... I personally have to say, like, I've not been able to beat that trial floor legitimately without this cheese before.
I have beaten it legitimately. It is the hardest fight in the game I've ever had to deal with.
I've tried many a times. I've never been able to get down more than 2 of the 5 judges before
I think I had to do some sort of trick with the Nipapalea to actually get it to...
completely out. I usually killed like 1 or 2 of them, and then I had no Phoenix Downs left, no MP left, no elixirs left. Because the other thing also is, you gotta remember, it is on Trial Floor 100, which is you already completed 100 floors of varying challenges of battles. which usually the first 50 are completely no problem, and then 50 to 70 starts raising in difficulty, and then 70 to 100 actually is like the fine one. So once you reach them,
Dylan just gave me the Sluice Gate key.
wrong
Now,
Dylan
I
check.
believe you can actually save before the judges and restock, but from what I remember, I think I did some sort of trick with the Nihapalea and...
That's the thing, you can't restock before them. You can make a save on floor 99, yes, that is true, but if you then load that save into the base game again, then you can't use it in trials anymore. You have
okay.
complete all 100 floors basically in a row. You can take breaks, but you can't restock or anything. So by the time you get to them, you're already weakened. You're not on your prime anymore because you already wasted a lot of items fighting enemies like Zodiac, Kiasmat, Hellworm, Omega Weapon. Yes, nerfed versions of them that aren't quite as strong as in the base game, but you're still having to deal with them, and that takes a lot of resources out of you. And then you come to the judges and you're just out. You just barely have any Phoenix Downs left, you barely have any MP on your characters. You might still have a couple items that you've held in the back for it, but the thing is, like, whenever you get to that fight, you're never well off. Simply due to the challenge of how to get there.
Okay, I am one fragment and the Moon Silver Medallion away from being able to do Medallion Quest.
And the Lustreless is missing, but you can do the
Yeah, that'd be for the
Chaos
bosses,
already.
but I mean for the actual quest
yeah,
to get
that's fair.
those specific checks.
And yeah, as Melodia said, it was already in the International Zodiac job system on PS2, where you only could get one job. Here in the Zodiac Age, you can just take 2 jobs, so you have a little bit more variety what everyone can do. But yeah, as I said, personally, I've not been able to beat that, and then with Zeromas, you were able to literally just 2-shot the entire boss fight.
Yeah, I didn't use Aromas for it and did do it mostly legitimately. The only thing I can say is there's some other cheese strats. I'm pretty sure there was something with the Nihapalea that you could quick kill a couple of the judges and then fight out the rest of the fight. The main thing is the judges have a designated healer and a designated buffer, and you kind of have to take them out first. And you have to go one by one, killing the judges in a specific order, because they all support each other in a different way.
The thing is, the 5 work very well together against most of the common strats. There is a status effect in the game. It's called Reverse, which makes you, take damage from
I think it
healing
was
items.
that. I'm pretty sure I used the reverse cheese on them.
Which makes you take damage from healing, and the damage heals you. And the thing is, even if that is a very common strat to be used in this game on a tank character, to just put that status effect on him and never having to deal with healing him again, because the enemy will just heal them for you. However, the judges are coded in a way that if they detect you having that status effect, they start throwing X potions at you. So that strat basically becomes immediately irrelevant, as they immediately will murder you for it.
That just give me Zodiac. Yes. Yes, it did.
Odd place, but sure.
Alright, let's
Zodiac,
see.
another
Don't have
good
Trophy
get out
yet.
of jail free card. His normal attacks is light elemental. It's not too great. It's still good for the start, but his main focus, especially for early game, coming from his special attack, which always deals a fixed 60,000 damage to everything around him.
Oh, I can do Barheim Passage. Missing Ash, though. Gross. Usually I chain that with Orthros, but...
Which one wants
So
that
I haven't
against Sword
found
of
my clan
Kings?
primer.
Sword of Kings character track? Not Sword of Kings.
Sword of the Order? I
of the
don't have
Order?
Sword of the Order yet. I did, however, turn in Ringworm. Let's see, I do need to turn in Merilith, so I'll go to the Sand Sea. I can do White Mouse. I can also do Kukulin and the Sluice Gate Grinding Key check if I want to.
Yeah, can't do Orthros yet though.
Yeah, I can do Zalera and Bloodwing.
personally say if there's other options right now, I wouldn't go that direction yet.
I can turn in Overlord. I can do Lab Access Key in SID 1. I can do... Oh, another Esper. Who's this one? Hi, Elias. Oh, great.
Oh, that's Guravagan.
That's yeah. Okay, I know. I'm going to Guravagan.
Other question: could you go to the license menu and press square a few times until you can see how many Espers you actually have? Because I have another suspicion right now that you're at least very close to
Zodiac.
And you are actually
there. I am actually. I'm there. I can do Zodiac now.
You have 10 Espers, which means you can unlock the hardest dungeons of the game.
Yeah. I don't think I want to go there right now. I also have all of Lusu mines open, so I can go fight Demon Baby. Diablos.
That's a bit easier, at least.
The question is, what do I want to do first?
I mean, technically speaking, Barheim into sewers would be a lot of checks right now. But as I said, I personally at this point would try to seek another way, mainly just because there's one check down there you can't do yet. And I'd want to try to wait until I can do that so I can do it all in one go instead of having to come back later eventually.
I'm gonna go get the Overlord check that I forgot to turn in real quick.
I'd say that'd be an idea, and then I'd probably go, since you're already there, I'd see if Sid has anything.
I'll just do Sid first.
Also fair.
I think the Sochin Cave Palace teleport is just slightly faster than taking this thing. This animation cutscene is slow.
Then you could do the Moonsilver quest actually already to get that
I
check
don't
out
have the
of way.
medallion.
Yeah, but you could already
I can do the check, right.
Yep.
I can't do the turn in, I can just do the check itself.
I'm assuming Wraith Walls and the Sand Seas have been cleared so far?
Yeah, I completely did Wraith Wall, and I did Wyvern Lord, and...
No Rainstone yet, so
no Rainstone yet.
That's also a thing that I've noticed with the latest patch.
And no...
That is one thing that I've also noticed with the latest patch. I don't think since we've had the latest patch I've ever seen a Rainstone.
I've had a few archipelagos where I got it really, really early, but I haven't played the randomizer by itself in a long time. This is the first time I'm picking up the randomizer without it being archipelago in a while. And yeah, Rainstone hasn't shown up yet.
I mean, to be fair, there's just a lot of other options.
A Gemini Gem, yeah, that's a really useful game. I don't remember what the pathway was through here.
Second door into the thing.
I rarely get to do Sid 1.
Take the elevator one floor up. Then it's left into the door. Hard left into the hallway. Left into the door. You probably can't remember all that anyways. Gonna have to try to coordinate you.
Wait for this guy. Come on, I want to use the elevator.
Elevator troll. Love to see it.
Yeah, just stand here and wait. Free time lost.
Here we're gonna left to the door on the left. Or another gate control.
As soon as it loads.
Yep.
This elevator takes a while.
Then hard left into the hallway right next to you. At the end of that, left again into a door on the left. There's a lot of left walking here.
He's making another left turn.
You can tell, you can say that the Arcadians aren't German because, you know, they like going left all the time. Did I really just say that live on the internet?
This is the rat room.
Yeah, I said hard left into the hallway. You went straight.
Okay. This way.
Yep. left to the
Right
door.
here. So it's funny to
Left.
go into the rat room. There's also a room where there's just a single judge in it.
And the room with some slimes in it.
Yeah, you got the rat room, the judge room, and the slime room.
Alright, you go left in through the door, slightly right, slightly right. Then at the end of that hallway, in the middle on the bottom is a room with another gate control. Does it show that I've done this way too many times?
There's also some rooms that can have treasure chests in them, so it's some.
Yes,
If you have treasure chests turned on, you have to check a bunch of them.
3 in total. They used to be missables, but now they aren't anymore.
Yeah, because
No, not
you
that far.
can still read.
Yep, you're there.
Then
Yep,
I take
they-
this up.
Yep. We changed it a while ago that you can now re-enter Dracula Laboratory at any point you like. And therefore, these free chests that can spawn in here
Also
are
revisit the
no
Leviathan too.
No.
Okay, so the Leviathan ones are still missable technically.
Yes. And also the way that the missable chests work is they are linked to other chests in the game. So if you miss them, then there's an option to just grab another one that's somewhere
Here's
else.
Sid 1. Got a bunch of
Always
flying
hiding behind your
contraptions that he's
toys.
hiding behind.
Pity if anything were to happen to them.
Feels
And we're just gonna escape, and it's gonna break all the toys. He's dead already. So nothing on Sid 1, sadly.
That was kind of satisfying to watch, though, especially since I'm used to, having to take my magic off after the second cast because then they start reflecting.
Yeah, I love having piercing magic.
And like I said, it can come in handy a lot, but also, as I said, can hinder you in other places. Still not a huge fan. I
The
love
only
the
hindrance is I don't do reflect again on yourself shenanigans. I just go ham on any enemy.
I'm just saying that's like 5 times the damage if you were to use reflect threats right now. You do 5 times the damage in a single cast.
I don't share your love of overkill. I like overkill, but only to a certain point. There are so many different...
Is it 5 times or is it 6 times?
Couldn't
Not-
tell
I'm
you
not-
because I refuse to use it.
I'm not sure right now if it does if it reflects with 50% bonus damage or with 25% bonus damage. It is times 4 because as an AoE it would hit your 4 party members and then reflect those 4 casts back, so it'd already be 4 times as much. And then it's just a question:
Yeah, I don't have the rusted armor piece.
is it 50% or is it
For what thing again?
25 for reflect?
Don't know. I rarely use reflect, so
Yeah, to be fair, I've
Actually,
never
not
thought
sure.
about the numbers.
it's definitely something to look into if you were to use that strategy in a run.
But yeah, to be fair, as I said, it's a difference of doing about 5 to 6 times the damage with a single cast, so that's pretty good.
Alright, so there's Moon Silver Medallion started. I go turn in Overlord and then go pick up Medallion check.
Okay, let me go into the Discord and ask because I'm actually curious now.
Oh, Overlord didn't have anything. 1 second. Building my screen a little so I can watch the timer. I have about an hour left, and
Actually,
I
why am I
still haven't
asking
found
in
my go
Discord?
mode item.
Why am I asking in Discord? I have the guidebook here. If it's not standing in there, I'd be surprised.
Oh, you have the literal guidebook?
Yep.
I own one of those too. It's back in my room in a note right now for safekeeping, because I collect the Final Fantasy guidebooks.
Yeah, you don't want to see mine anymore. Mine's, I am very sad. I got the lever one. I got the lever-bound one. And it's completely starting to fall apart because as a kid I used to take this thing with me everywhere.
Yeah, it makes sense why it'd fall apart.
Yeah, the back page is already fallen off, and it's
check
completely
was
about
nothing as well.
break down.
We're slowly running out of the easy checks. I'm gonna go to the Surgeon K Palace to teleport out. Let's see. I have Nidhogg and the Lusu Mines, as well as Diablos. I have the Barheim Passage checks and White Mouse. I have the Sluice Gate key checks as well that I can chain that with if I want to. I have Zeromus I can do. I have the Henna Mines, which I'd rather not do.
I personally, at that point, probably would tackle Guravegan.
I also have Guravegan open, which includes, but is not limited to, several bosses, including Tyrant, Pisco Daemon, Shimhazai, the
Wild Marlboro on the way, Rafflesia.
Yeah, a lot of clan bosses. Where am I going? My brain is not working. Main thing is, I still have not found that clan primer, which is blocking a ton of checks.
It does it actually not do any bonus damage? It at least doesn't say so. It literally just says right now, magic will be reflected to enemy party, from party to enemies, or reversed.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and go with the Barheim chain.
Just sworn it does extra damage. I mean, it does in most Final Fantasies. Reflect usually does extra damage, but yeah, whatever.
Now,
maybe on this one. Maybe I misremembered.
In about 20 minutes, if we still haven't found our go mode, I am gonna go ahead and look at the spoiler log to keep us on time. Actually, maybe about 15 minutes, probably after I full clear this chain.
I was about to say.
Because I'll need to figure out where the key item is, then I'll have to do the Pharaohs, and then I'll also have to do the final boss.
Would take about half an hour, so yeah.
Yeah, the full ending sequence from Pharaohs to final boss is about a half hour. Actually, if it is a long sequence, I might want to look at it now, to be fair. Maybe I'll do it after I get through here.
Do you still have the rando program open? Could you potentially send me to Jason real quick, then I could check for you already?
Give me 1 second.
All right.
Is it possible to send you the link to the spoiler thing on...
I don't think so. I think you will have to send me the entire Jason so I can generate it myself. Which, to be fair, shouldn't be that hard. You just open the rando program again, load the latest seed, and then just export JSON.
Here, I'll just open up my docs latest and open up the item locations quick. And I can just Control F for the stuff I need when I go to look. There we go. Basically, I'm just looking for Sword of Kings or Treaty Blade. So I just Control F for one of those, or for both of those, and see where they're at, and see what the fastest is.
I mean, as well as I know my randos, I could swear one of them is at least going to be in Great Crystal.
That'll be interesting. As long as it's not on Omega 12.
Actually, it couldn't be on Great
Well,
Crystal.
imagine it's a clan primer into Omega 12. I don't know.
That, to be fair, that'd be a literal only option. The other only option obviously would be control all Aspers, requiring Actually, wouldn't even require killing Ultima, to be fair.
I mean, the
Uh-oh,
worst.
I hope you don't have a prime levels. Do you have prime levels in your
Let's
party?
see. 1. Poor Balthier.
I definitely keep forgetting about the stupid attack, and then definitely had runs
Majority
where
of the time, it ended up not hitting me. Usually because I'm on an even level.
I mean, to be fair, that's the thing. Like, as I said, his special attack that he just used there, cinematic attack, is prime level death. It will kill every single character whose level is a prime number. Which, to be fair, there aren't that many of between 1 and 100. So the fact that that you have your entire party on exactly one of those isn't that highly likely, but still.
Alright. Oh, cleanse from White Mouse. I'm gonna go ahead and look for where these are. Sword of Kings is locked by Shelled Trophy. It's on Scythe Trophy. A Treaty Blade. Ooh, really? Oh, I forgot those are open. Black Orb 23 though. That is very deep, but that is...
Would require you to have about 20-ish Black Orbs,
How
though.
many am I up to? I can get partway in.
Nowhere near enough.
Yeah, let me reopen spoilers. Accidentally closed it. But it says it's only the 12th spear for that one for some reason. Where's Shelled Trophy at? Diablos has my Shelled Trophy.
Well,
apparently
off
the
to
answer
mine.
is Lusu Mines, so we are off to the mines. Just not the horrible ones.
The children are yearning for the mines.
No, the children are yearning for revenge on the monster hidden in the mines.
And if you're not a good boy, the Diablos will come off the mine and kidnap and kill you.
Actually, it's not entirely related to being good at all. It's if you wear a goddamn hat as a child,
Oh,
the
right.
Diablos will kill you. The
It was
dumbest
the
thing in the
sleeping
universe.
head, yeah.
I was like, apparently kids aren't allowed to wear hats in that city.
I mean, what can we say? Monster just doesn't like hats.
Monster doesn't like children with hats. Why, we don't know. Very, very strange devil creature.
To be fair, let me actually open my game, because I have a theory that it might be explained in the bestiary.
It might be a folklore thing? Or a bestiary thing?
It might be explained in the bestiary, so let me actually open up a game where I have it killed and check it out. Because now I'm actually interested if that might be the case. Where's one of my old Hondo files? Come on, I know I still had a few of my older Rebelsia files. There we go.
If you really want to do a fast seed of this game, you can always make a set seed and try running it, and try and getting a faster set seed. And then keep running it even more. But
Rare
I don't
game
know where the
bosses,
fun in that would be.
Mars. Diablos. Nah, it doesn't say anything about it. Also, I'm actually just noticing in the clan primer that I'm for the first time, since it's now better visualized.
That reminds me, where is my clan primer?
It actually has Diablo's colors, and I've never noticed.
Well, I wasn't getting that. Until, I climbed the tower. Guess where my clan primer is?
Barrows?
It's on Hashbowl.
Oh boy. That's a fun one.
That's
always.
a double dip of Pharaohs if I were to do it that way.
Yep. But yeah, actually,
Thankfully,
fun
my
fact,
Go
by the way.
mode isn't locked by it.
Fun fact that I just only now found out. Diablos actually has the Diablos color scheme of the FF8 VF. He actually is black and red. And
That's
I'm only
cool.
now noticing that because usually in the battle he is on fire, so you don't really see that. But now in the Beast Theory, I actually see him without flames, and he actually has the exact color scheme of Diablos actually.
That's cool.
More little details that you're rarely finding out. I can't believe that this game has been out for 17 years, I think, and I'm still learning new things about it.
Well, Final Fantasy games love referencing older Final Fantasy games.
Yep.
Speaking of Final Fantasy games, I still haven't played 16 and I really want to play it.
I can highly recommend. I just finished my first speedrun of that
The
last
problem
week.
with it was a PS5 exclusive for so long, and then eventually came to Steam.
Yeah, I'm having the same thing with Crisis Core and with 7 Remake right now, to be fair, where I'm kinda wanna get them, but I also kinda don't, because I have the luxury. I did buy a PS5 last year for Christmas. Played 16 on it, played like 400 hours of GTA 5 on it, and that's basically all I've done.
I don't need to open this, but I'm opening this. Forgot to open the other gate. I can't even use the minecart.
I'm actually wondering still wondering if we finally fixed the gates or not. I haven't tried that in forever.
You know, I am not used to going through this place without Rock Toys and Gilgamesh being here. Well, Rock Toys in the other area and Gilgamesh. They're just so... I almost never go to Lusu Mines without having Clan Primer.
Yep.
So, like, there is a lot of progress, or a lot of checks here that I am missing because I don't have Clan Primer, but I just happen to roll such a weird seed. And normally you'd fight Antlion in this area, and Antlion's the vanilla way of how you get this key.
Yep.
But nope, we have the key because it's randomizer, and I'm gonna fight Diablos in this area. And hopefully not hit too many traps along the way, because some of the traps in here can be nasty. Hello, angry double baby.
Hey, I can see he is on fire, so you don't really see his color scheme that
You
much.
have to zoom in like really close and not kill it as fast as I did.
I mean, even then, the fire kind of blocks it out. But to be fair, like I've just seen it in Beast Theory, it is literally the exact same black and red shape in the same way that it is in FF8. But, no, as I said, smaller details sometimes.
Probably faster to walk out than the teleport out.
Not sure about that, to be fair.
Because I'd still have to go towards the end of Ajerba to get the reward. I started with 99 teleport stones, sold off like 50 of them, and I'm down to like 11 left.
That's usually the reason why I set my starting stones to 50, so I'm, not inclined to sell them at the start for certain things.
Makes sense, I just like having the extra money.
Oh, absolutely agreeable. Early game money is always a thing, and then late game money is always a thing, and then general money is always a thing in this game. The only good thing is if you have junk scaled logic on, which is an option that Marz turned off for the CD set, which usually is the seed that you find cheaper, weaker weapons early
I got
on,
another black orb.
and then get the more expensive, better weapons towards when you get deeper into the seed.
Just a heads up, the black orb check for 23 was on Sphere 9, not Sphere 12 like this is. Or like the trophy is.
Must have missed a lot of black orbs somewhere then.
Yeah.
Or maybe black orbs are there's a good amount of black orbs that are in its vanilla black orbs.
There might be
location.
a bunch of vanilla ones. Let me look up black orbs real quick. I got a little bit of time here. Let's see. Vanilla black orbs? I only see 2 of them.
I mean, actually, I think I'm measuring 23 is
Let's
on
see,
the
I
high
already
end,
turned in
yeah.
ringworm. I already turned in feral retriever. Oh, Vorpal Bunny has Zalera and a black orb if I turn that in. Lindworm has a black orb. Fafnir has a black orb. That's a turn in, that's a turn in. Stone of the Condemner reward at Mount Burr has one. Small Blackened Fragment has one. Exodus has one. Oh, weird. Oh, wait. Trophies are actually Sphere 10? I don't know. The logic in this game can be kind of weird sometimes. Yeah, these orbs got scattered all over the place. Right, anyways, let's see. The trophy I said was a scythe trophy, I believe. Let me double check that.
That actually would be the most terrible one, to be fair, if that is true. That wasn't the tree blade, that's a sort of king's shed. Yeah, Golmar Jungle Biting Mantis Scythe Trophy. Well, we're fricked. That is one that only spawns between certain game time.
What's the game time setting at? 3:25?
I think it's... Okay, that should be fine. I think it was the one that is 44 to the hour. I'm checking that right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the guide really quick for the Hunt Club.
I already got the guidebook open, just gotta figure out which one of them was it again.
Found it. Biting Mantis is between 30 and 59, which we are actually coming up on. So we will get there just in time.
So that's still fine.
I'm still gonna wait 5 in-game minutes,
it's a good thing you checked when you did.
Yeah,
it's
very
a good
good
thing
timing.
you checked when you did. So that's the one thing that we've also been thinking about. There's a handful of enemies that only spawn when your game time is between certain numbers. They all have about a 20 to 30 minute window each. But obviously there sometimes will just be times that you don't think about it and then you just figure out, oh hey, yeah, I still need this one, and then you suddenly have to wait a time and it's awkward.
Especially weird in Archipelago.
We've been thinking, especially for the rare games, to remove the restrictions, to just make them 100% spawns. But that has been a thought, not something that we've actually put into action yet, because most people that play with the hunt games on don't mind that. But obviously it could have nearly screwed us over here.
Yeah, it's just more convenient for marathons like this, where you have a set time to complete the game. And also for... it's going pretty well, Aaron. So we're just waiting on an enemy spawn to get our go mode. I did have to look at the spoiler list to make sure we would finish in time.
But up till then, good to see it so far, definitely. Most unlocks of the game, most areas were unlocked. Were just one big item that we were still missing that we just found out was in a very inconvenient spot, which no one likes to check. And yeah, we were one item away from go mode, with one being kind of out of the way and kind of sad, and the other one just, you know, as we said, we're about to grab it. So we can head into the final 2 dungeons to finish the seed on time. Armor-wise, the seed hasn't been very strong though, to be fair. I mean, we have a couple decent setups, but nothing extraordinary.
I don't have anything like super overpowered, and I'm actually like kind of low on defense values, so...
And to be fair, around 50 is the default for the late game, so it's still good.
We still gotta wait 3 in-game minutes, so I'm just gonna run around killing stuff. I could use this time to double check my license boards. I think I really need anything. You know, I could go get Vaughn as Zodiac escutcheon if I wanted to. I could have Fran use Flare if I want to. Use Gambits. Okay. A few seconds left, and Biting Mantis should be able to spawn in. Bless you, Graham. Bless you, Graham. Reload the area, and now the Mantis should be able to be spawned in. I believe it's usually towards the bottom center or something.
I think you also got a zone and it doesn't spawn when you're
I
already
did do
in
a single zone. Do you think I have to do a double zone?
I'm not sure, to be fair. Usually I'm way into the cycle when I get to these.
This one I usually found it around here.
It's always on the bottom on the
Is it the bottom?
infinity-like symbol. That's always there's like 4 different points on it.
Okay, I'll go around the loop.
There's like in each of the quote-unquote corners of the circle, there's a spawn point for him.
Yeah, I might have to do a double zone. Look
Probably
like
best if you zone into A route, then that's probably the fastest
I'll
one.
probably just go down to the Feywood real quick.
Also possible. Be about the same. Along with Gizmos with fast forward, if you're good optimally speedrun strats and potentially using a glitch that makes them unable to do anything, so you can just maximize your DPS, about 20 to 30 minutes. Without that, I'd still probably say about an hour casually-ish. I mean, 50 million HP does take a while. And even with good setup, the most you'll be able to do is like 15 to 20,000 a hit if your setup is optimal, and if your setup is optimal, then you're missing 1 DPS. Okay, now he is very much confusing me. You sure you're already over the game time?
Oh, 333. Could have sworn it said 30 to 50.
Could have sworn the same. Let me double check actually. I mean, it would have been very like me to confuse a 9 with a 0. Yeah, no, 30 to 59. They do sometimes behave weird, the ones that have a time requirement. They do sometimes behave weird.
This is really odd. Oh, I know my problem. I know why it's not spawning. I just realized something. That's what I forgot to do.
You didn't turn in a shell trophy.
I did not turn in the shell trophy.
Yeah, that'd explain it. Bad time for me to be distracted with Discord messages.
Okay. Now it's turned in. Now we go to Gomar Jungle and how it spawn.
I'd say I got the answer by now. In this game, Reflect does not have bonus, so it would be 4 times damage only.
Okay.
I'm now just wondering myself if I'm just getting too old and dumb for this, or if I have been confusing it with different FF games where it does have a bonus.
Blinded by the FF nostalgia.
I mean, still though, to be fair, 4 times the damage is strong enough. It doesn't have to be 5 or 6 times. 4 times the damage is more than enough damage for most things.
There it is. Hi, Mantis. Bye, Mantis. And there's a Sword of Kings. We are now in go mode. And to climb to the top of a tower.
Yeah, with go mode now achieved, we all literally just have to clear the second to last dungeon, the Pharaohs of Ridorana.
The last dungeon being literally the final boss's dungeon, which once you enter, you can't leave.
Yep, point of no return. Yeah, final dungeon, the Pharaohs, is still very vanilla. We have separated into 4 segments into 3 stages. We first have the Steel phase, where we just have to put a bunch of black orbs into a bunch of points and be done with it. Then we'll have the bridge phase where we have to kill certain colored hats to make bridges. Then we'll have the other seal phase where we'll have to seal away one of our abilities. Or give
Also,
something up,
haven't I
basically.
make it a habit of speedrunning to see who can do this the fastest? I entered the Ritterana Cataract at 3:59:30, and we'll see how we do.
To be fair, you're still competing to a speedrunner, so. Now it's just a question: which seal are you actually gonna go? Are you gonna go for the
Map seal.
random?
Map seal.
I was about to say, we'll go for the rando optimal item seal or for the speed optimal map seal.
I do the map seal always at this point. I used to do the item seal, but
I started
I
doing
need
item
to
seal now that
sort my
I'm doing.
items. This is a mess.
Classic Hydro, starting off immediately with Disease into Fear. God, that is definitely a pattern.
On he goes.
Jesus Christ, your MP recovery is absolutely insane. I have no idea
Yeah,
why.
the MP with Scathe is crazy right now. So we'll be putting black orbs. There are 3 altars of night we have to fill. And we're
By the
gonna
way, we were
have a pseudo boss rush going up this tower.
By the way, we were talking about sequence breaks earlier, right? For a little while.
Yeah, what
There
about
was, there was one in the tower here for a longer time as well. That I'm at this point quite sad that I told Bart's about and had him patch it out. You know how there's elevators all across the different stages here that you can just you know, basically use to do from top to bottom?
Yes.
They used to be active.
Oh, that would be a huge sequence break.
You just beat Pandemona to get to activate the teleporter in the bottom, and then you could just take the elevator up basically to the teleporter segment.
Honestly, I feel like we should turn that back on just to make this place shorter.
I was thinking about it as well, but on the other hand, as I said, it is nice, obviously, if you go in here with the intention of finishing the game, and that is the intention that most people have, but then again, you also sometimes have seats where, you know, your go mode is on the way up.
Yeah, I think we should re-enable the elevator and just make it so the bosses are required to do Shadow Seer if you need to do Shadow Seer. Stuck on a wall. Problem with 4 times speed. You get stuck on walls quite a bit. The movement is somewhat precise, and the camera is not. Like, it's bad enough for Shadow Seer that not only do you have to full clear the top of the Pharaohs, you also have to go down to Phoenix, and you also have to get all 24 black orbs. And
actually, you don't need to go to the top to kill Shadow Seer, at least in rando.
you have to do the 3 bosses on the way up.
I'm pretty sure you don't.
You do. You have to do Pandemonium, Fenrir, and the fish. So
Yeah, don't, but then again, I haven't actually seen
I
Shadow
did test
Seer
it.
in
If
a
you
while.
if you just kill Phoenix and have the 24 black orbs, and you have the hunt for Shadow Seer, and you try to take the elevator down to Shadow Seer, it will kick you back up to the floor you went down from.
That was interesting.
You actually have to complete all the main bosses for Shadow Seer in the tower.
I mean, that would
But all
mean
the
that's
ones he
something that
can
Bart said
summon,
manually.
more specifically.
That
So
would mean that's something.
Sorry, you were saying?
That would have to be something that Bart actually edited manually, because I don't think that the vanilla game would have
That's
that.
vanilla,
fail-safe
actually. You do have to complete them. It's just, you can't unlock Shadow Seer the normal way, unless you complete it.
And that's my point. Like, that interaction literally never could happen in the vanilla game, because, you know, you're like required to go up here before you can even get that.
Yeah,
So
so
I feel like
either
like
Bart's
that's
added
something
it
the
to
game
be
can
that
handle.
way, or the game has, for some reason, it's set up like that for some reason. I wouldn't be able to tell you
To
why.
be fair, in the last seed I've done, I've learned that the game actually has a chop failsafe.
What
which
is
is
the
the
chop
weirdest thing ever.
failsafe?
I did all the memory things, and I was just browsing arcades for shops, and I noticed there were mysterious glints in the stores of arcades. And those mysterious glints always gave me a chop, and when I went 2 screens away, they would reset, and they would be in every single shop there'd be one of them. And after I got 28, they started appearing. So I feel like that actually there was a failsafe for that they put in case you, for whatever reason, didn't get all chops, that you have that failsafe there. Which for that seed, when I did it, was actually very interesting because it was a max sphere seed, and the chops gave me my word of transit after that.
Huh.
But that was
I wonder how you trigger that.
That is the other very good question, because I did the chops fairly early in, and I was, as I said, I was very late already, and it was there. So that'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, that's where you have to go into the data and actually check it.
I think I actually threw that in on the speedrun discard under game mechanics, a clip
That'd
of
be
that
an
happening.
interesting thing. If you can find a way to force trigger that, you can just make the Pied Whip chop checks faster.
Yeah, if you want to see it, I put a clip of that in game mechanics on the speedrun channel.
I have to look around look for it sometime. Also, to explain what we're doing right now, we are climbing the Pharos at Ridorana, and the only way to get through, you have to kill these green enemies, the brain pans, to make a bridge to let you across to the next area. If you do not kill enough of them and make a full bridge, you cannot get through the next area.
However, do you...
And sometimes if you
them in
kill the
wrong
red,
order?
the red will take away from the bridge. I think I have accidentally killed 1 or 2. But also the red ones have a special bridge that would normally lead to a chest that you can trigger. But that's, I think, on the floor above us. Oh, nope, nope. And I accidentally killed the Dadar. Doing too much damage for my own good. That's the last one. Now this next floor is really nice though. Oh no, it is that floor. If you kill reds after completing the green bridge, you can make a path to an item. It's really funny when you have treasure chests turned on and that ends up being a required item. This floor is really nice though for not needing treasures. You just need to kill like 4 or 5 of these guys, so I can skip most of them on the way up here. As you can see, bridge already complete. Enemy followed me up here. Alright, we're almost on to the next boss. It is a big mudfish looking thing. It's spelled S-Y-L-T. I think it's supposed to be pronounced silt, but sometimes I pronounce it sleet, and also you could technically pronounce it slit.
Which is one of very few bosses that has a very unique mechanic, actually. One of 2, actually. You see his arena, he's standing on a small island with water around him. The funny thing is, when you stand in that water, actually, he will get a fire resistance.
Too bad it's such a weak boss and really, really easy to kill that you'd only find that out by testing stuff and not killing
There's only
it
2
or
bosses that
data
have
mining.
that have that effect, to my knowledge, actually, where the water field actually matters. The other one being Fire Main in the sewers, being a fire horse in the sewers. As soon as you lure it into the water, it gets weaker. It actually gets less defense, can't use his fire attacks anymore.
Now
We'll
this
have
is
to
something neat
teleport.
coming up here about Zodiac Age. So this disables your regular mini-map, but what it doesn't disable, I'll show you here in a second. Doesn't disable this mini-map.
The medi-map, as I always like to call it. Yeah, you have the option to
If
press.
you notice, I turned
select.
my gambits Otho and Vaughn, which will actually make me getting through here faster. Because I want to be able to hit the doors as soon as I can.
Already messed up.
Yeah, I'm already running the wrong way.
Imagine not knowing this way by heart.
I know it by heart, I just haven't played in a while. I'm rusty.
About time you actually start speedrunning this game, so you know you get more experience in running this path. Each your own. I still don't get how people cannot like the Pharaohs at times. It's such a nice place in general. The only thing that
I don't like the
dislike-
Subterra. That Subterra gives me
Oh yeah,
nightmares.
that's Subterra definitely. But the only thing that I still don't understand is the floor counter. Like, yes, it's a 100-floor high tower, but like the floor counter you can
Realistically,
see on the top
it's
right.
not 100 floors. I'm already going the wrong way again.
It is 100 floors. The teleporter on the top is on floor 90, and then up to the Sun Crystal is 100.
It's quote-unquote 100 floors, but you're not physically walking up all 100 floors. You're taking
Oh yeah,
elevators.
sure. There's certain parts where you just take elevators and teleporters for 20 to 50.
Reaver, leave me
20 floors at a
alone.
time.
I'm being bullied.
Is that the Avenger? I think that's the Avenger.
That's... Ow. Stop hitting me. Thank you.
Okay, it wasn't the Avenger.
Yeah, we made it through.
Would have been fun to just get your ass kicked by that part there.
Could use the heal crystal, don't really need to use the heal
Actually,
crystal.
Melodia, you can't. Or if you mean, which one did you mean with the reverse threat? Because it works on it doesn't work on Yasmat. Yasmat is immune to reverse. There's only a handful of bosses that actually aren't immune to reverse. If that was still about the Yasmat talk.
Or is that about Silt?
Silt, yeah. Silt is one of
I
the
like
few
calling it
reverse-
Slit
To be fair-
because it's
To be
funny.
fair, Silt is one of the few bosses that have actually ever managed to one-shot because he has a severe fire weakness, can be oiled, and with that in compatibility with a very good mate in Rando, is one of the few late-game bosses that you can easily one-shot. Takes a little bit of setup, but generally fire weak bosses.
I'm just
can,
hoping I can remember the damn answer to the teleport puzzle. I think I remember it, but don't say anything. I want to try it myself first. Oh hey, the Undyne Entite spawned in here. Get off me!
Maybe.
Get...
And it actually spawned in a spot where it annoys you. That's also
Yeah.
a thing. It can spawn literally anywhere in the circle. There's only 2 spots in the circle where it can annoy you.
Right at the entrance where it was just spawned at. Which is rare.
15% spawn chance, I think.
And I
It's been a
think
while.
it's right over here near the elevator where's the other spot it can bug you.
Though, to be fair, if it spawns, it actually knows where you are and it will come to you no matter what. It's not like he's
Yeah.
rotating around the room, patrolling or
he's a
anything.
homing missile.
He's literally homing in, yeah.
Or it is, whatever they are. Undyne, yeah, the Undynes are weird creatures.
Entites.
Entites, sorry. Also, don't try to 100% this game with all items, because collecting the Alcyons from all the Entites is a pain in the butt. It is one of my least favorite things of doing when I try to 100% this game with all items included. Halcyon collecting took a while. Rest in peace, Fossler. You will not be missed. And coming trap on the floor here. Dodged it. Red. This is the pink one, so use the map. So that one's locked to whatever sigil you picked earlier, so in this case I had the map, which is the pink one. Look at that, puzzle completed. I remembered everything. And something funny, whenever you take the elevators, if you have a guest character with you, I think other than Redis, they just stand there. They just leave him behind. So Fossler's just standing there. Bye, Fossler.
It's even funnier because even if you have Redis in the party who is supposed to be the person that is there and who is coded to actually move in this cutscene, he still doesn't move.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Ah, wake Joe. Oh, hey, there's my clan primer. What do you know? Not like I knew it was. Not like I didn't know it was there. Can't believe the damn game put my clan primer all the way up here. Thankfully, it wasn't required. That's the good news. Had it been required just to get up here, oh my god, the double dip of Pharaohs would have been so annoying. I mean, you can take the elevator back up, but it only helps you so much. And this is the funny part of the Pharaohs, where you're like on floor 90, and you're quite literally walking up another 10 floors, but there's nothing on them. It's just running non-stop. Alright, so it took 18 minutes to get to Sid 2.
Terrible.
From the start of Ridorana Cataract to Sid 2 was 18 minutes. Also, if I were to have Bosch in my party here, there would be extra dialogue on this boss.
Also, we probably want to remember to update your gambits for Sid 2.
Yeah, I need to set it to highest max HP.
Highest level is usually what works best. Highest level is usually what I use, what is used best for that.
I just like highest max HP. I haven't had any problems with it.
To be fair, should technically count the same for Sid Famford and for Vayne Novus. Those are the two big ones where that's affected.
You know, something else I should do. Now that I think about it. You know what I'm doing, right? Our main physical damage dealers. Oh wow, I actually got hit the special attack.
Wake and die!
How's the stand and fight one? can't believe he got that special off. I didn't do enough damage. Of course, my damage dealer is now blinded. Unblind, please. Oh, that reminds me. The spell notes. Oh, status, protect. Bubble notes. I like doing it this way because most of the time the allies in the final boss fight are freaking immune to bubble, and you just end up wasting them.
Yeah, understandable.
Wait to die.
Did I actually mess up the dialogue?
Yeah, you
Because I
did.
haven't seen it
Yeah,
in
the
a
first
while.
one was the stand and fight. This one's the way to die.
Oh,
Hey, a
nobody
cactus
for me.
flower. We could go see
Well.
dancing cactuses. Alright, that
Well,
was a
That's another Lord
20 and a
Nexus.
half minute Pharaohs. We have 9 minutes to beat the final boss. We should be able to do it.
Oh, definitely.
Final boss is pretty fast. Plus, since we have all 3 system access keys, we can just leave straight out of Alfenheim.
I personally just say, like, pay a little bit of attention to the bosses, and throw some holy motes then to potentially delay the cinematic attacks for the Vayne fights.
Or I can just let them happen.
Yeah, you could, or, you know, throw the items and save a few seconds. Especially Tree of
Do the
Sephira
Bahamut.
from Novus is a fairly lengthy one.
Yeah, it's definitely good that I looked at the spoiler log when I did, or we would not have completed in time. Also, as soon as we kill the final boss, I will be closing the game because for some reason the final song in the credits is copyrighted.
I usually just tab out during
Yeah, I
his,
could
his-
technically tab out too, yeah.
during his death sequence because that's the only way to actually pause the cutscene right after. And you just have him dying, screaming, and then
I don't know.
as soon as it's done, you go to
Is it the
boss
song
screen.
when the cutscenes start playing, the
It
copyrighted
is-
one, or is it...
It is the song in the cutscene, like 2 or 3 cutscenes down, or the enter one in the credits.
I know the
So
one in the
skip-
credits is definitely copyrighted.
So
Like the
skipping all is bad, and leaving it on for to be fair, you have about like 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes if you just let it run before it starts getting to that part where it doesn't like it anymore.
Long up into sleep. Oh, let me run. These enemies are really annoying.
That's why you usually go the right way, because then you're right in front of one of the beams into the middle and you'd see less of them.
I don't have echo herbs. Uh-oh.
Be fine.
Good enough.
Do you
Look
have
who's
a
back to
Reflecta
fight
mode?
again.
Do you have a Reflecta mode?
Reflecta mode. I don't know.
You cannot protect them.
I don't think so. Just let it happen. You're strong enough to it shouldn't matter.
You have taught me.
You can use one on him right after this cutscene, so when he casts Renew on himself, it instead goes onto your party. keeping him at low HP.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Yeah, after the cutscene, the first thing he'll do is always cast Renew, and after that he
Damn,
goes
couldn't
into
skip Innocence.
Innocence, yeah. But only after Innocence is when the fight actually becomes a little bit dangerous, because then he goes into a Berserk-like state.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna kill him.
Yep.
I tried to use the holy mode to bypass it, but it didn't work. I mistimed it.
Yeah, no, for Gabranth it's kind of hard to skip the cycle.
Yeah.
It's easier on Vayne and on Vayne Novus. On Vayne, you just throw it immediately after the
Bane
cutscene,
I
and then
usually
should
do
be
enough
able-
damage for. Usually.
I mean, Scathe is a fairly slow spell.
True.
It's
I'm
your
just
main
hoping the
source of damage.
Berserk Fran will do enough.
Mm.
Despite not having bravery, I do have the 20% physical boost with a Kanya.
Just throw a holy mode after the cutscene, and he should be able. That definitely should kill before he doesn't goes into the
Should,
cinematics.
yeah. Because the cinematics are slow.
For good and all,
Yep.
So I would like to
shall
skip
bring
them.
your futile
Especially because of
attempts
the
at
high
rebellion
damage, you
to
probably
an
do like
end.
2 back to back. So on Vayne, it's definitely always worth it going for.
Got him.
And yeah, Vayne Novus for
I'll do
his
this
cinematics in the second phase, it's a bit harder to time, but
Ivalice will know a new dynast king, and man will keep his own history.
It also
Novus.
depends on what their attack speed's randomized to, because sometimes they can just pop their specials instantly without you being able to respond.
I mean,
will
they
pop it
usually come
now.
instant.
Got it.
Nice.
And now we're on to the
Nice.
final boss,
Get-
the Undying,
get-
and time
get
will
ready
be when
on
the
time.
cutscene starts.
Yep, we're on the final boss. He's only about 200,000 HP. The moment he dies, it's time.
And this should be fairly fast.
Yeah, 200,000 sounds like a lot, but with the speed up and the high damage output we do,
And time. Or as soon as this goes in time.
my final hit as soon as a screen works. GG's
And there we go.
was
The
definitely an
screen
interesting
paused.
seed. Not too insane.
No, about 427.20 is what it was. Yep, that's GG's. Need a
Yep.
mod to stop the timer if anybody's there.
Was a good seed, to be fair. A lot of
the-
interesting things, not too broken.
Yeah,
I mean, to be fair, we have,
I
as we
did
said,
have
we
to look
had
at the spoiler log once, but it was a fairly fast check to get to.
Yeah, we had one item missing from Go mode, and by the time we got to close, we decided to check the spoiler log. But to be fair, it was a good seed. It definitely was not on a place where we would have expected the last thing to happen, and I mean, one of them was, to be fair, but we were still pretty far away from getting to that point. But yeah, definitely was a good seed. Good showcase. We weren't too broken for the entire time. We struggled a few times.
I did have a really rough start to this seed, because starting with Balthier with a 1-attack gun, or a 6-attack punch. Yeah, that was a little rough getting started. And he started with Samurai, and I
Yeah.
managed to get a weapon. It just took a little bit to get the LP for it.
And then getting to Giza immediately and finding out your second character is basically worthless as well. Unless you found Scathe very, very early, which I kind of doubt. I mean, you found it
Yeah, I
early,
had
but probably not
Vaughn with
early
a
enough for
decent
that then.
dagger. He wasn't too bad. But what I ended up doing, I found biomotes in the
Oh, yeah, that do it.
hold on, what? Nalbina shop. And I used those to kill the flowering cactoid. And then I went and I had enough license points for the samurai weapon, and then I killed Rogue Tomato with that. So those bio modes ended up saving my early game.
Yeah, I generally like to find some modes early, mainly also just so I can make sure that I'll be able to get past Garuda.
And then there was that
Gravefall.
really, Wyvern Lord was giving me issues, so I just used Exodus to kill him. A really weird double system access key on Wyvern Lord. That was the highlight of the seed, for sure. I do not see a mod anywhere. Okay, Brass Beat's setting up. No words from the mods right now. I'm gonna go ahead and close the game, though. But, yep, that's GG's. And whenever a mod can transition us out. That's it for the seed. If anybody has any last questions on the randomizer, information about it, where to get it and whatnot, let me know.
Yeah, at that point, I just put that once out here again. Huge shoutouts once again to Bards24, who, as a madman, has done a lot for the 3D Final Fantasy randomizer community. He made 2 different randomizers for this game. He made one for each of the 13 games. He's working on getting Archipelago multi-work supports for all of those. Very small, very slow progress as he's doing all of that on his own in his spare time, but the man is a big one for that, and he's done a lot of great work. We're all loving the randomizer a lot, and we're very proud of him. And then, yeah, as I already said earlier, best places to look for would be the randomizers are on Nexus mods. However, Bards himself has a little bit of a problem with Nexus mods lately. Been complaining about it, so he's not been updating it very much. For the 12 randomizer, however, we do have a channel, a randomizer channel in the 12 speedrun Discord, where you can find a link to the most recent releases, as well as a future games channel in the, or thread in the Archipelago Discord, where you can find the exact same links.
Don't see anything on the mods yet, but it was a pretty fun seed. For a last-minute filler run, I think that went really well, and we have had here with the commentary part.
Generally a great
end.
showcase, not too broken a seed, not too complicated a seed either. Got around quickly and a lot. In terms of showcase seeds, this is about as good as you could have wanted it. Fun times when the bots aren't there. It's hard to entertain when you don't have anything to really entertain with.
Other than that, I did leave Treasure Chest out, and there are tons of settings for this game. You can turn on or off pretty much any key item, any Esper, and whatnot. And I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Still not seeing a mod yet, though, to switch me out here. It's kind of awkward just having the screen up here with nothing on it.
Let's start another seed. No one will notice. I'll join. Send me the seed as well, so I can join in. We'll make it work somehow.
Just go for another 8 hours just playing Final Fantasy 12.
We got a schedule coming up. What is next game coming up, actually? Let me look at the schedule so we can, do professional transition work for those that aren't there. We just had a filler block that just ended, and we're basically on time. And in 4 minutes
next
after
runner
schedule,
did say that we're getting ready.
Brass Beat is gonna be up with Peggle Deluxe.
I also did my standard 25 Canadian donation to the Open Medicine Foundation. I do once an RRLAT that I participate in. I did Dragon Quest III HD2 remake earlier in the schedule, and Final Fantasy XII here. That'll probably be it for me for, shout out to my Graham's birds who've been blessing us with their chirps and music. But I did 2 runs for this RRLAT, and I think I'm gonna be done for the entire event for December, but I'll still be around to watch other runners and cheer them on.
I'm quite sad, Lightning. Like as I wanted to say earlier, I've actually just only heard that my Christmas vacation is gonna start next week already. It's a little bit weird with the company that I'm working for. They kind of have like off phases where they stop production and everyone has is basically forced to take leave. But since I'm in the storage facility of that place, we sometimes work into that break with the first work to stock everything up, etc. And I heard that we were about to do that next week, but apparently we're not. So hey, maybe I'll find the time to throw in a filler next week over the next week as well. I'd be happy to do so. Though I doubt we'll find filler times big enough for me. But maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to show something. This was definitely something that I was thinking about. And we'll see. Doubt I'll find the time to throw in a 16 run. Then again, I think we already had a 16 run earlier in the event. Not sure anymore.
Peggle Deluxe is gonna be a fun one to watch. Extreme Grandmaster sounds cool.
Yeah, definitely.
I love Peggle. Peggle's really fun.
Peggle is a great game to play when you just have some time to kill. And that's about to start in 2 minutes after schedule. I wonder when we'll finally be thrown into, transmission.
Yeah, there should be a transition screen. Just need a mod to do so, and I'm not seeing any responses from anybody yet.
Shoutouts to the really, really Logathon team. It sometimes feels like it is absolute chaos what they're doing, but they're doing God's work with this, with the event, giving a platform for those with longer game runs. I'm just very sad usually that that the events happen in a time frame of uncertainty for me, so I'm never really able to submit anything myself, even though I have a ton of lengthy games that I always like to showcase.
I definitely want to say they've been doing fairly well with the schedule this year.
Oh yeah, obviously. But, as I said, I'm kind of sad about it at some points because, please people go underestimate more so I can actually throw in something. But then again, everything being on schedule is always a great thing, obviously, as well.
Yeah, usually when I go underestimate, I also have a backup plan to keep things on time if it's needed. So like with Dragon Quest III, I had stuff to showcase of things that were used to be in the run but ended up getting cut. So a lot of like things I did for safety strats and stuff like that, I got to showcase and show around to people. And this, trying to think, I could boot the game back up and try to show some stuff, but not really too much to show that I can think
especially
of.
with time frames.
Yeah, especially with the time frame, like.
I mean, technically we have a minute.
Oh, there's somebody with the timer.
Oh my god, things are happening. Hey, we have someone that's dedicated for it. Let's see if that works out.
Deacon says they have a meeting soon, but they can possibly do it quickly. So as soon as they can switch me to a transition screen, I'll hit the stop streaming.
Please free us from the forced prison we've been set in here. And trying to entertain is hard. I guess that's the main reason why entertainers get paid so much. then just once again, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for enjoying FF. And enjoy the rest of the event, guys.
Yep. And we're on the transition screen now.